That's a new one. I had made Johan from Wanderword the host, and so when he ended the meeting, it ended it for everybody. Wow, that's interesting. I have not seen that. We'll give him a second to come back in. Oh, there's Johan right there. All right, Johan, let me promote you. So Johan, you're on mute again.
Yeah, it does that automatically. I'll share my screen.
When I made you host, and then you ended it, you just ended the entire meeting. So that was interesting. That's my fault, but I'm gonna make you host right here. So people have to come back in. It's not a huge deal. All right.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know that. It needed me to go out because
I didn't even think about it at all. And Zoom should not function that way either. So it's all good. But you're host now. So if you could see if you can share your screen, and if not, we can just have a there you go.
Let's see. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it. And yeah, that looks great. Johan, thanks for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you very much for having me. Wanderword started off a long time ago, really, but we started up the company a few years ago where our founder, Peter Zetterberg, who worked at Xbox and did the deal with Minecraft and stuff like that. He decided he wanted to do something with voice and interactivity. There was a lot of things going on with voice, but nothing about entertainment. So previous to the big announcements of Google Assistant and also Alexa, we were in the idea stage, and now we more or less have a lot of things that we can show the world. So great to show Europe. And let's see if we can talk about Fabula. Fabula was just changed. It's a story creator that helps people to create stories and share them. But instead of letting me talk about it, let's show a video that was just brand new.
Let's tell you a story. Once upon a time, we had a eureka moment and thought, what if there were games that you control using nothing but your voice? Audio-based, voice-driven games that you can play on the go. An adventure in your car, a pop quiz on the train, biking, walking, hiking, doing the dishes, heads up, hands-free entertainment anywhere. There was just one problem. The tools for creating that content didn't exist yet. And so we said, hey, let's build them. After all, who better to design tools for interactive storytelling than the storytellers who need them? And so it was that we built an intuitive node-based editor that's easy to use, even for beginners with no prior coding skills. With that simplicity comes powerful features like independent audio channels for speech, sound effects, or music, instant access to hundreds of synthetic voices from the best providers, and real-time collaboration for teams. Now, we're making it available to everyone as a subscription service with a starter plan that's free for all. Because we believe everyone is a storyteller.
Great. So the creator enables everybody to make stories, entertainment. So we are working, like we said in the video, with independent, different voice providers and synthetic voices mostly. But you can use actors, whatever you want, to create your story. We also recently realized that we can do other stuff with our engine. Realize that if you have a lot of text and you actually want to put voice to it, since we're taking the voices that are best for different scenarios, we thought that maybe we could do something about making audiobooks. So I'm going to share with you a few minutes on that.
Welcome to this quick demo of the Fabula audiobook builder. We're going to show you how to produce an audiobook in 5 easy steps. Step 1, create an audiobook project. This is done by simply going into the Fabula dashboard, where you click this button to create a new project, type in a project title, select audiobook as your project type, and then click create project. Done. Step 2, bring your text into Fabula. Now, this can be done in 2 ways. If you already have the book as a basic text document, you can simply load that file into Fabula using this button. Or you can copy paste or even drag it from another window and drop it into Fabula. Just select all, drag, and drop. Done. Step 3, find the right voice. First, let's highlight some of the text and listen to a preview.
The Mysterious Affair at Styles by Agatha Christie.
All right, it's a start, but as we literally have hundreds of voices to choose from, let's head over to the Voice tab and look at our options. We can select Voice Provider, Voice, and additional parameters like style or type of voice engine. Let's try this one.
The Mysterious Affair at Styles by Agatha Christie.
All right, that's better, but it's a male voice with an American accent. And in this demo, we're actually using Dame Agatha Christie's first published novel from 1920. So how about we go for a female voice with a British accent? There's one.
The Mysterious Affair at Styles by Agatha Christie.
Great. That's step 3. Done. Step 4. Review and make adjustments. Now you can put the finishing touches on your audiobook. Let's preview a sample sentence.
The intense interest aroused in the public by what was known at the time as the Styles case has now somewhat subsided.
That's very good, but to make it great, how about we tell the narrator to make a short pause after the Styles case? So let's insert a comma there. Let's hear what that does.
The intense interest aroused in the public by what was known at the time as the Styles case has now somewhat subsided.
Great. And at this stage, you can go ahead and make as many adjustments as you want in order to polish the book for the final rendering, which brings us to step 5, build the finished product. Now, this step is the easiest yet. You just click Build Audiobook, then click OK to confirm, and voila, your audiobook will now be rendered and you'll be notified once it's ready for download. And that is the Fabula Audiobook Builder.
So that's actually a lot of fun. I made my own version of Dracula the other day. It's really fun having a 100-year-old book coming to life in that sense. So last but not least, we have a studio up in Boden, northern Sweden, who actually produces entertainment based on our engine. We're having fantastic IPs that we've signed. Starfinder, we have taken over that. Bard's Tale is coming out the 8th of December. It's an RPG where you go around in a semi-open world, controlling everything with your voice. It's going to be a new type of entertainment that nobody's been seen before. I'm just going to play 30 seconds of what that is, and then I'm done for question. So that's more or less what we do. We're having fun all day.
Yeah, no, and Thomas got that point across at Project Voice X as well. Johan, thanks for being part of Project Voice X Worldwide. with us. We greatly appreciate you. I'm going to put you back as attendee. And next up is Trinity Audio. I'm going to pull Ron Jaworski up here. So we got a couple more presentations as part of our European kickoff here. Fortunate to have Jeff Blankenberg from Amazon at the top of the hour. Ron, you're with me, but you're on mute.
So just a second, let me get my video started as well. How are you?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm fine, I'm fine.
Oh, there you go. I'm going to make you.
Perfect.
So that way you can share your screen.
And let me know.
That looks
Are we
perfect.
good?
Yeah, looks perfect. Ron, thanks for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us.
Pleasure being here. It's quite an astonished group we're here together, so I'm proud of being a part of it. Today, mainly, I want to talk a little bit about audio strategy. I think that a lot of the companies showing today are talking about different solutions that are great, and at the base is generating AI voices. I think that what we are seeing from the last, I would say, almost 4 years now of creating a audio experience for content creators, textual content creators, we definitely see a great move into the conversation of audio strategy. And I think this is something that missed the conversation in the last couple of years, and I think that's great. Let's talk a little bit about Trinity Audio. So as I said, what Trinity Audio, we all are all about AI-driven solution to create audio experience, basically taking any kind of textual content available for a content creator. It can be a media publication, it can be a brand, it can be a blogger, it doesn't really matter. Generate based on its content and audio form, and then of course what to do with this audio form. We have a saying in the company that although content is the king, no doubt about it, consumption is the queen. And it's great that you have great content, but if you don't distribute it, if you don't get it to where your users, your consumers, or clients are, then basically it's going to waste. So let's talk about audio strategy, and I'll talk about audio strategy in 5 simple ways. And we see, and I think that the question of should I have an audio strategy, this is not something that we need to discuss, but how do you start your audio strategy? And I think that due to the fact that this question is relevant for brands and media companies and publication and bloggers and whatnot, I think the easiest way to do it is to use your existing content and audify it. That would definitely be the first easiest step. So the first thing, of course, is provide a listening experience. Okay, you can't have an audio strategy without having an audio content. I think this is obvious. The second thing is try to personalize your audio recommendation, or try to create relevant channels within the categories, verticals, or group clusters of users that you have. Meaning that if you are a large firm and you have different type of content, let's say on IT, cybersecurity, and I don't know, cloud, package those content in different channels and not grab them all together. And of course, if I take publication, then of course news, business, finance, sports, and so on, and deploy a relevant AI solution that can personalize the experience for the relevant user in the case that you have a personal data on the user itself. And of course, I'm referring to first-party data. Now, establish presence on mainstream audio platform. Today, it's super easy to be out there with audio. Okay, now I would say 2 major things, and I think this is the most important about the third item. 1, you need to be everywhere. The second thing, first of all, you need to be on top of your assets, and I will explain. If you are audifying your content, you need to have your content to consume for your clients, users, whatever, readers, on top of your website, on top of your app, on top of any type of internet interface that you use to engage with your users, but you can really easily get your content out there on Google Podcasts, on Spotify, and so on and so forth. The next one, of course, is content on smart speakers. And now the plot gets thickens, but before we talk about a voice AI interface with UX, as mentioned, the best way is to start with let's say the best way for you is to start by having a simple way, a flash briefing, so to speak, or a short amount of your content, a summarized version of your content on smart speaker where people just can consume it. Okay, think of it as your own unique radio channel where people can enable skills and just consume the content. As simple as that. Another feed of content just in another form. And the fifth one, of course, and the last one is start to consider how you enable voice first capabilities. And now that's a big question, okay, because we need to understand what is the engagement and what is the outcome that you're looking to achieve. But if we are talking about publication that offers content, then you need to have some sort of a discussion with your readers where they can ask questions and get the relevant content. If you are a brand and you want to move people from, and your content in general, doesn't really matter if it's textual content, video content, and audio content, should lead them to sales, then of course you should leverage those voice first capabilities to engage with them. I don't know, move them to customer support or move them to sales team or lead them to the relevant pricing page. Again, depends on what is the outcome that you want to achieve from your content. The same thing you need to do in audio, the same way that you do in social, text, video, and so on. So quickly, what are the values that you get for as a brand from audifying all of your content? So first of all, of course, you can engage with your content, with your users or customers anywhere. Okay, throughout all this day, people will talk. Now you don't need your eyes when dealing with audio. You don't need your hands when dealing with voice. It's the same thing. You know, it's driving, commuting, cooking, washing dishes, jogging, whatnot. It will repeat itself, and it's the same here. You know, we want to have the option to engage with our users in their spare time. Create flash briefing, podcast, audiobooks, the same thing. Audify all your content. Take your textual content that you already work tons of hours on it, which is basically your mark of excellence, and turn it into audio using AI. It's super easy. Customized playlists, as we said, distribute on the leading a platform, improve your user experience. It's, you know, we are seeing a few interesting data points. First of all, we see much with the solution that Trinity Audio is offering, and we work with large publications. We work with the McClatchy Group, we work with Newsweek, we work with large brands like Lenovo, and we see that the engagement of users is higher when they have an audio solution. It means that they either visit your brand site more, they will consume more content, and if we are talking about media companies, subscribers are 5 times higher to use audio solutions. So your heavy users are looking for audio solutions, and this is something that is important to mention. What leads me to the next item, which is upsell subscription, of course, and improve SEO. Of course, Google is also ranking that, and this also can grow your sales or generate revenue with monetization, subscription, and of course, increase your sales in general if it's relevant. I think my time is up, right? If you want to reach out, Ron Jaworski, you can go to trinityaudio.ai, to our website, Ron Jaworski, LinkedIn, Twitter, just, you know, email, message me or whatnot. I'll be more than glad to have an audio voice conversation with you.
Ron, that was great. And I'm going to hit, let me hit stop sharing. There we go. Yeah, it's great to see you. It's been fun watching the growth of Trinity Audio. Y'all got such an interesting niche. Thanks for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us.
It was my enjoy. Thank you very much for having me.
You got it. So I'm going to put you back as attendee. And our final company as part of our European warm-up here is Ceraproc. And I'm going to promote the Ceraproc account here to panelist. I think we're good. Hello.
Hi, Bradley. How are you doing?
Doing fine. How are you?
Oh, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, it's a bit gloomy in Scotland today, so not as nice as where you are, I'm sure.
Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that. What time is it over there?
So it's about 2 o'clock.
Okay.
But it's yeah, but it's looking pretty dark outside. So this is about the time of year when we're constantly living in darkness.
Well, that's not good. I was joking with Marcus from VUI Agency, who kicked off our European hour, that you know, after this is done, it's quitting time for y'all over there. So we're grateful for y'all making some time for us over here, and I'm going to make you host.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, so you can share your screen.
I'll just share my screen. Can you see that okay?
Yes, that looks great. And I'm going to hit mute. Yeah, thanks for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining me for Ceraproc's presentation of the project Exploit. My name's Sophie Revolt. I'm the head of sales at Ceraproc, and I'm going to walk you through the commercial presentation today. So my assistant Heather will tell you a little bit about today's presentation and the purpose of it.
The objective of today's presentation is to give you a quick snapshot of Ceraproc's technology and why Ceraproc is the perfect partner for your synthetic speech needs and projects, now and in the future.
Thank you, Heather.
So
I'm going to walk you through the history of Ceraproc's world-beating innovation. In 2006, our experienced TTS engineers built and released our own Cera Voice unit selection system, introducing voices with emotional capability into the marketplace. In 2008, we introduced the first multilingual synthetic voice, which could speak English and German. In 2010, we were approached by US film critic Roger Ebert to clone his voice using pre-existing material, and it was launched to much acclaim on the Oprah Winfrey Show. In 2012, we released the first clinical home cost-effective voice cloning kit, and we've built close relationships with ALS associations across the UK. 2018, we were involved in a great project, the Unsilenced JFK project. It was on the front page of the UK Times, and he could finally deliver the speech he was meant to deliver in Dallas over 55 years ago. In 2019, we were the first 100% synthetic speech company to release a neural TTS system that rivals the quality of the tech giants. In 2020, we were the first company to have a commercially available on-device mobile neural TTS system. And in 2021, we released the first non-binary synthetic voice built using female and male data from transgender and non-binary individuals in collaboration with Accenture Labs. And this is used for the global assistant market. So I'm going to walk you through some of the companies that we've had very successful partnerships with and that are our current customers. So Honda created a social robot, Haru, which is a new kind of trustful companion, really full of personality. The brief was to create an emotional, accentuated performance voice, which sounded like a robot rather than a human. Ceraproc worked closely together with the Honda team to record Haru's voice with over 6 emotional genres, including whiny, conversational, and many more. Also, we've worked together with Hanson Robotics in partnership to build Sophia the robot's voice, and we gave her the ability to sing, which was premiered on the Jimmy Fallon Show, which was the first ever robot-human duet. LG, we were commissioned by LG to create a large amount of new language models quickly and cost effectively. Bloomberg, we've also created a custom voice for Bloomberg. NLB, we created 2 Norwegian language models and 2 voices for them to use in the National Book Library. The Scottish Government also commissioned Ceraproc to create 2 Scottish child voices, and Ceraproc made these voices available free of licensing charges for manufacturers of AAC equipment. OBB, so Ceraproc's custom voices have been powering Austrian Railways since 2012. Also, we've worked together with Oatly and Intel on the project Radar Pace. Ceraproc created a custom voice for the real-time activated voice coaching system, using an expressive custom voice to motivate the user to reach their fitness goal in their product Radar Pace. So what makes Ceraproc unique? Ceraproc provides the most customizable and cost-effective custom voice creation service on the marketplace. Our world-leading speech synthesis experts can build a voice that's tailored to fit your requirements, whether it's a voice for the health industry that requires an empathetic genre, or a voice for a customer service engine that requires a conversational voice. Ceraproc can build a voice that represents your core business values. We also offer on-premise as well as cloud-based deployment to give you as a customer flexibility and security in using our CeraWave AI DNN voices offline. It's perfect for, say, the financial industry, or if you're building an application that requires the user to access voices anywhere without an internet connection. Our commercial team offers a very flexible approach, offering tailor-made commercial models that suits your needs and will grow as your business grows. So really exciting stuff that's coming out next year. So our new CeraWave, CeraVoice 6.1 system, which has increased the quality of our voices and allows more control and improved quality. So my assistant, William, will tell you a little bit more about our new system.
But most of all, CeraVoice 6.1 is a world first as the only commercial, on-device, neural TTS engine available, while Ceraproc is also available on the cloud. For users who are concerned with privacy and security, Ceraproc neural TTS can be run locally, on-device, preventing sensitive information being sent to and from the web.
So thank you very much, William, for that overview. Another really exciting feature is that you can actually host your own custom voice on our cloud exclusively. Also, we have new languages coming out, which will be Danish, Norwegian, and 2 dialects, which is Nynorsk and Bokmål, and also Lithuanian voices. Also, next year, we'll be offering Ceraclone Professional Voice Cloning Kit, which allows the user to clone their voice from the comfort of their own home for use in a commercial environment. So the voice that will be produced will have a high resemblance to the original speaker and includes a commercial use license. This solution is suitable for companies who are wanting to produce a high volume number of cost-effective voices or voiceovers. So I'd like to say thank you very much for having me at Project Voice today. And if you have any questions or commercial inquiries, we're always looking to have partnerships with companies. So if you want to get in touch, my name's Sophie Revolt and my email address is sales@ceraproc.com. Thank you very much for your time.
Sophie, that was great. And I'm going to hit reclaim host here and I'm going to say stop sharing. Yeah, look, we're big fans of y'all. You do great work. Thanks for being part of Project Voice X Worldwide with us.
Yes, thank you very much, Bradley.
You got it. So I'm going to put you back as attendee. And I'm going to find Jeff Blankenberg. And so this is our formal start time for Project VoiceX Worldwide. We kick things off with some European companies of note, and we're excited to have Amazon be part of this with us. While Jeff is getting on in here, I'm going to mention that I'm going to throw 2 links in the chat, actually. I'm going to put Alexa, I think it's Alexa Design /Slack.
Alexa.design/Slack, yeah.
Yeah, let me, I can type, which is a question. Okay, there's that. And then I'm going to throw the newsletter that I wrote yesterday in the chat also. So, Jeff, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Good to see you. Great to see you earlier this week in person at Project VoiceX. I'm going to make you host, and while you're sort of getting ready, I just want to mention this Slack channel for Amazon Alexa. So I've referred to this as it has to be one of the best sources of business intelligence for anybody working in voice and conversational AI right now. And just in the last 24 hours or recently, it's ticked up from 1,500 people to 1,600 something. And people are joining. I've got my eye on that number. But if you're in this Zoom right now and are looking to either start a company, you're growing a company, you're looking for partnerships, you're thinking about features, you're thinking about your roadmap, whatever it is you're doing, whether it involves Alexa or not at the moment, take a good look at that Slack channel, because what you're going to find is basically a social network where all anybody is discussing is voice. So it's incredibly useful, and that'll end my soliloquy on that. Jeff, thanks for being here.
Certainly. Thank you for having me.
So I made you host. Appreciate Amazon's involvement. I'm going on mute. Jeff, thanks for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us.
All right, before you leave, you can see my screen and everything's good?
Yes, I can. Everything looks fantastic.
Great, great, great. Well, thank you, everybody, and welcome to Project VoiceX. Thank you, Bradley, for inviting us. For those of you that didn't have an opportunity to go to Destin, Florida this past week, it was an opportunity to meet a bunch of really cool, interesting people that are solving a bunch of really difficult problems in the world of voice. And I'm really glad that I got an opportunity to attend. Met a bunch of great folks, and look forward to continuing conversations with all of them. As of today, I'm going to give a quick presentation on what I consider the future of people. And I gave a longer version of this presentation at Project VoiceX. So this is slightly condensed, but I think you'll still get the idea. So one of the things that I like to say as we get into this is that first, I'm here representing Alexa. I have the logo on my shirt. I have a bunch of devices here behind me. But what I'm going to talk about today isn't necessarily the official word of Amazon or Alexa. I'm talking about a bunch of things that are kind of in the far off future. And so I always need to start a talk like this with a great big disclaimer, because I want to make sure that everybody understands I'm talking about the far off future. In some cases, it might be a generation away. But this is a really important point I want to make, because the last thing I want is for someone to jump on Twitter and be like, Jeff from Amazon said they're going to do this next week. That almost certainly is not going to happen. And so I want to make sure that I'm really clear about that. But I think I'm going to paint a picture for you about the future that is really exciting and should get all of you clamoring to do more in this space. So like I said, we're going to start with the future. This is not a promised future. Some of the things that I talk about may never happen. But I hope that in the near future, the next 5, 10, maybe 15 years, we're going to see a lot of these kinds of advancements. So I like to dream. I spend a lot of my time thinking about what I can invent or create. And I came here primarily to share a lot of those dreams with you, because I want this stuff to happen, and I can't do it by myself. Even at a company like Amazon, we need everyone to participate, everyone to be picturing these big things and driving towards them. So everything that I think about, all the pictures that I think about as we talk about the future, they all revolve around one thing, which is people. People are the core to everything we do. They're important, right? They're the reason we go to work. They're the reason for pretty much everything, right? And they're interesting. Without people, life is a pretty boring, meaningless place. Let me give you an example. I want you to imagine for a second that you are the last person on Earth. Imagine how just unbearably boring and sad that life would be. Your focus would be on survival, not on having fun or enjoying yourself or spending any free time. And none of the people that give us any kind of energy or life or enjoyment would be around to share it with us. There are lots of people with lots of different interests. Some are athletes. They spend all of their time thinking about getting bigger and stronger and faster. They provide inspiration and motivation and entertainment for people. There's artists, right? They dream about what could be, and they create art that inspires other people. There's an amazing amount of art out there, right? Not just the obvious painting, but you think about woodworking and all the other creation that people can do with their hands. It's just remarkable. And I think all of those people would like more time to be able to do that. We also have people in the medical profession, right? This has become especially relevant over the last 2 years. If we think about all the time and energy that they're spending to solve difficult problems for the general population of people, making it easy for us to leave our homes and go out into the populace again. There's also software developers, right? We do a lot of things at work, but many software developers spend a lot of time creating outside of work too. They have their own pet projects and websites, and they would all love more time to do all of that. All of us have our own perspectives and interests and ideas about what we want to do with our time and how we want to spend it. And I think that this future that I'm going to paint for you will unlock some of those things as we continue forward. Because at the center of all of this, as I paint these pictures, you are always the center of the entire picture. Your perspective, regardless of how much I draw a big ambiguous picture, you're always looking at it from your perspective. You're always looking at it, how this will affect me or how this will help my life. And so I hope that you'll see some of this as we go through it. So one of the things that you find in all of our lives, something that we all have in common, is that we spend a decent amount of our time thinking about things, right? Some of those thoughts are productive. I think I have a great idea. I need to talk to my team about this, or I can't wait to see my friends on Friday, or fun stuff like, when are we sending humans to Mars? But sometimes those thoughts aren't as productive, right? Sometimes they can completely derail your day. How am I going to get all this work done? Am I going to wake up in time to present at Project VoiceX Worldwide? I think I need to see my doctor. When was the last time I had a physical? Are my kids doing okay in school? Is my boss happy with my work? All of these things start to cycle and funnel through our heads. This is where I want you to take an opportunity to use your imagination. I want you to take several leaps beyond what most consider voice to be today. I want you to think about having a personal AI companion that can anticipate your needs, give you the information you need at the right moment, and make it significantly easier to focus on what's important to you. But to do this requires a lot of trust. I want you to imagine for a moment that you're standing in this field. It's a beautiful morning. The sun is rising over the mountains. You take a deep breath in. You can see the dew beaming on all the blades of grass. All of a sudden, you see me come charging out of the forest. I'm soaked up to my knees in dew. And I come and tell you that today is absolutely the last sunrise. It's the last time you're ever going to see one, so you better enjoy it. How does that make you feel? Do you believe me? My guess is almost certainly not. There's almost nothing that could convince you that the sun isn't going to rise tomorrow. You have far too much evidence in your history of your life to tell you that it will rise exactly like you expect tomorrow, the same way that it did today. This is how personal AI is going to feel to us. Trusted, reliable. It would be unconscionable to suggest that it would fail you. But this trust is a responsibility on all of us, the creators, the technologists, the developers. And we need to be hyper-focused on this trust, because without trust, almost none of the rest of this works. Let's think about your Bluetooth headphones for a second. I'm guessing everybody probably has a pair, whether they use them regularly or not. Do you have the same kind of trust with your headphones that you do with a sunrise? Do they work? Yeah, they work. Most of the time they work really well, but when they don't, you're not surprised. Maybe the battery was low, or maybe it just forgot your device or forgot how to connect, or who knows what other reasons they might stop working. When something's unreliable, we tend to use it less. We tend to find the more reliable solution. Think about all the times we jump on a Zoom call. I have a wired set of headphones that I have sitting here next to me, just in case the Bluetooth doesn't work, because I'm going to need to be able to talk to people and hear what they're saying. But when it works, when that Bluetooth works and you pop your headphones on, Oh, that's as beautiful as that sunrise. So let's go back to those thoughts. Let's talk about our frustrated self for a minute. Our headphones aren't working, our kids are screaming, the dog is barking. So we take a short walk outside to the mailbox to see what was delivered today. And what do we find? Bills. And now our brain is racing about how much everything costs. There are so many stressors in our daily lives, and we are the only ones that can solve them. Or are we? Let's talk about those bills for a second, because in the vision I want to paint, we don't pay our bills anymore. Our personal AI does that. And I know what you're thinking. Of course, no one wants to pay their bills. Well, I don't mean it in that way. Our bills are still going to get paid. But I want you to imagine that a system handles it for you. Now, for many of us, we may say, but I have more bills than I have income, right? I have to make very manual decisions about how I'm going to pay this. I have credit cards and student loans. Paying my bills needs to be a very manual process so that I can make those decisions. The question I want to pose to you in all of this is, do they really need to be manual? Artificial intelligence can't make better decisions than you would? Let's look at a couple examples of this. The first is chess. If you had suggested to anyone 40 years ago that the grand masters of the chess world wouldn't be able to beat a computer at chess, you'd have laughed people away. But today, that's the case. The AI and the machine learning, the deep learning that's being done on the game of chess is so fantastically good that humans can't beat it anymore. It's become less fun. Same goes for the game Go. It's become a place where you're really good against humans, but you can't compete against a computer. Let's look at the stock market for a minute. For those of you that may or may not be aware, in the stock market, most of the trades that are being made in the market are being made by machine learning engines, by algorithms. And these decisions are being made sometimes within seconds, sometimes within minutes. But most of the trading that happens in the stock market is happening automatically by a computer, making the decisions for us. Buy now, wait 3 seconds, sell then. Because I can predict what's going to happen in 3 seconds. What's going to happen in 2 years is much harder. So making these little microtransactions can make people a lot of money with the right algorithms. And this is happening today across the board. The rent around the New York Stock Exchange is astronomically high because the length of the cable between your server and the New York Stock Exchange is the only thing limiting your speed. So much so that in the New York Stock Exchange, they've had to introduce miles and miles of cable just to slow everybody down. This is the future. We're already living it. Let's look at medicine. Most of us would say, my doctor needs to look at me, he needs to do a diagnosis, he needs to look at my case history. But what we found consistently as we start looking at diagnosis is that doctors are doing a fantastic job, but AI is doing a better job. It's able to take the subjectivity out of cases and look at just what's going on with the patient. And in many cases, these algorithms, these artificial intelligence engines, are able to do a better job at diagnosing specific cases around cancer and Parkinson's disease and a number of other things better than doctors are. Let's talk about something more fun. Think about baseball for a minute. Any of you that are baseball fans, maybe you're watching the World Series, Game 3 is tonight. You've watched a baseball game on TV and you've seen that box that they draw on the screen that shows you where the strike zone is. This has been an amazing advancement in being able to watch the game and see when it's a ball or a strike, but it's also become incredibly frustrating because sometimes the umpire calls one that's a ball, a strike, and sometimes they call a ball, a strike, a ball. They're starting to experiment in the minor leagues with the idea of using artificial intelligence to make those determinations instead, based entirely on where the ball actually is, using a grid of lasers and sensors to identify, did the ball actually pass through the strike zone? Players are all for it, coaches are all for it. Umpires, maybe not so much because it feels like it's a threat to their job. I don't imagine the umpires are going away, but I might imagine that they have an earpiece that tells them whether it's a ball or a strike, so they can be more accurate, more consistent, and more reliable across each individual game. So these are some of the things that we could apply to our personal lives that make things significantly better. But let's look at a couple more examples. When was the last time you purposely called someone? Anyone? Probably pretty rare. Now let's take that a step further. When was the last time you purposely called your dentist? Nobody. Nobody wants to call their dentist at all, ever. But if you think about the normal process we go through for doing these kinds of things, we have to make an appointment 6 months ahead of time at the previous appointment. They schedule it for us. And then about 2 weeks ahead of time, we get a text message or something that says, hey, don't forget you have an appointment. And you look at your calendar and say, I can't possibly make that. Why did I make that appointment? So then you have to call them and you have to do that dance between the person working their front desk and your calendar. And you have to say, I'm free next Tuesday. And they're like, oh, the dentist is out on Tuesdays, but we could get you Wednesday morning. And you do this whole thing. Both of you are spending a ton of synchronous time solving this problem. Well, imagine instead that you had an AI assistant that could recognize all of these conditions for you and make sure that you have an appointment that's convenient for you at your time. It can talk to the dentist calendar. It can talk to your calendar. It can even talk to your healthcare provider to make sure that you are exactly 6 months away from your previous appointment. And you do none of it. Instead, it just tells you, hey, by the way, I made an appointment for you next Tuesday morning. Awesome. I didn't have to do any of that. That sounds amazing. Let's take that a step further. Let's make it more fun. Imagine looking at your calendar this week. It's Friday. You look on your Friday night and you realize my assistant got me together with my friends. We're meeting down at the beach. It looks like I have to bring some beers, but everybody's coming. Nobody planned it. Our assistants talked to each other, found a night that we were all free, and scheduled an opportunity for us all to get together. I would love that. Have you ever tried to make plans with another adult? It is impossible. But if AI can solve these problems for us, why wouldn't we? Here's another one, last one. Let's think about saving some money. When we think about refinancing our home or even getting a mortgage for the first time, there's so much work that goes into that. You have to study interest rates, you have to find the right bank, you have to get pre-approved. Then once you do that, you have to sign hundreds of sheets of paper, signing your entire life away in the possibility that you would default on the loan. But what if instead you had this personal AI companion that could observe and pay attention to all of this for you? So your mortgage is currently, let's say it's $2,000 a month, I'm just making up a number, and it recognizes that with interest rates and a different bank, you could knock your mortgage payment down without cutting the amount of time you have on your loan by $120 a month. Wouldn't you want to do that? But think of all the time you'd have to spend to do that. What if instead you just got a notification, hey, I just dropped your mortgage payment by $120. Oh my God, that would be amazing. Yes, have all of the utility you need to make that happen, because I don't want to have to spend the time thinking about it, but I definitely want to save that much money every month. So as we think about some of the ways that we can start to use AI in the future, I want you to think about that world, the peace that you have, the time that you gain. And I want you to think about what you would do with that time. What would you spend it on? Hopefully things that increase the enjoyment of your life, things that make you happier. It could also just be, I have more time to get some work done, or time to spend more time with my kids. It's up to each individual how they decide to spend that time. But I want you to imagine an assistant that could take all of that weight off of your shoulders. When we think about voice today and Alexa, we always say it's day one. And there's a reason for that, because we really are at day one. If we think about all the things we've done today with skills and voices and all sorts of other cool things on Alexa, it all started with a vision of the Star Trek computer and how we would make that happen. But we've realized as time has progressed that the Star Trek computer might be our day one. And once we get there, where can we go beyond that? There's so much opportunity. There's so much yet to be done in front of us. And I am absolutely excited for that future. There is so much time and hassle and avoidance of the mundane, and that's a world I want to be a part of. So I want the freedom to focus on invention and creation and amazing new things, not my bills. I think we're on the right path, and I'm really looking forward to this. So with that, Bradley and everyone else, I want to thank you for your attention and your time. I hope you all enjoy the rest of Project VoiceX Worldwide today. And if you'd like to get a hold of me personally, you can reach out. I'm at Jeff Blankenberg, just everywhere, literally everywhere. You can even find my TikToks if you really want to. But with that, Bradley, I'm all done. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Jeff, thank you very much. And I'm going to hit reclaim and stop sharing. Your presentation evokes a lot of thoughts, and I appreciate you mentioning the baseball game tonight. And hopefully everybody wants the right team to win, as long as that team is the Atlanta Braves.
Right, I'm all in on the Braves this year for sure. Can't root for the cheaters.
No, you got that right. Before I let you go, a question from Drew Lane: do you see AI being used for companionship?
I think I do. Probably not in the way that he might be suggesting, like the movie Her. I don't think that'll be anything to that regard. but I do find, in the new model that I'm using in my head, is I want you to imagine having a human personal assistant, like some people do. I want you to imagine anything and everything that human could provide, this artificial assistant should be able to provide as well. And that could be just conversation. Hey, tell me about this, or let's talk about this topic. You even see that if you guys haven't tried this, go to one of your devices. I won't say the wake word and set all of yours off, but if you say the wake word and then let's chat, there are a bunch of experimental chatbots out there that are designed to try to hold a conversation with you for 10 minutes about any topic. You get to pick it. It's really quite interesting to see the advancements that are happening there. And these are university teams that are putting this thing together. So try talking to one. Try talking to one tomorrow. You'll get a different one. But it's a really interesting concept to build a bot that can just have a conversation with you. And I think that's the beginning of the companionship conversation, beyond just like ordering groceries for me or paying my bills or something like that.
Jeff, it's been a pleasure having you be part of Project VoiceX in person earlier in the week and Project VoiceX Worldwide now. Thank you very much.
Certainly. Thanks for having me, Bradley. This is awesome.
You got it. I'm going to put you back as attendee, and mentioned as Jeff was starting about the Alexa Slack channel and how I'm going to be banging the gong about that a lot more because it's such a unique resource. And our next speaker with Deepgram is one of the 3 authors of this, which I also consider an incredible resource. This is a book from Deepgram that just got released earlier this week and got a copy at Project VoiceX in person. Speech recognition, I can't read backward, in the future of voice. And I was telling the Deepgram folks that there's a short but strong history of companies that have released a book. And I think almost all of them have gone on to be acquired in good deals. So I was pretty excited about that. And I'm going to call Keith Lamb up here. There he is right there. There we go. It's always a challenge to hit the thing because the so many attendees coming in, it moves on me. Keith, you're here. If you can see and hear me.
Yeah. Hey, Bradley. How are you?
Doing good. How are you, sir?
Good.
I was just commenting about your work here. This is I like this a lot, and I spent some time reading it in the hotel earlier this week. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and thanks for the pickup. Maybe we'll get acquired by a really big company too.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. And I just hope that once you do, you continue to talk to us little people, and don't forget us. Okay. I'm making you host, and so you can share.
Okay. Oh, great. Is that all working?
Yes, that looks good. We can see the top of the browser, but if you're good with that, that's cool.
Okay. Let me see if we can, see if I can switch that for a second. Let's see what's up.
It's not the end of the world,
okay.
But
let's see if I can do it a different way.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see.
If you've got it in the browser, it's not that big a deal. Sometimes
okay.
Sometimes people just leave it as is. It's perfectly fine.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll do it this way then.
Yeah, that's perfect. Keith, thank you and Deepgram for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us.
Thank you, Bradley, and welcome everyone. This is exciting. This is a lot of fun, right? So my name is Keith Lamb. I'm the head of product marketing here at Deepgram. And thank you, Project VoiceX and Bradley, for inviting me to this conference. So today I'm going to propose that deep end-to-end learning, deep learning speech recognition is the future for speech to text. In fact, I believe it's the only technical architecture that can meet the high demand of business in the voice technology space. A lot of stuff that Jeff talked about, I think that it's going to require end-to-end deep learning speech recognition. And let me tell you why. So let's start with the evolution of speech, right? So in the 1950s is when the first speech recognition device called Audrey was invented. It could do amazing things like understand numbers, and unfortunately that was about it. And then IBM and Bell Labs started working on things, and they started working on a lot of speech to text, but it really took until 1970s for a really breakthrough called the hidden Markov model. Hidden Markov model is sort of a probability-based speech recognition solution that put phonemes, which are parts of words, together into words. So, and then the words into sentences. So there's an acoustic model that took the audio into phonemes, and then there was a language model that put the phonemes into words and sentences. So matching phonemes was used by probability, which phoneme really fit which type of word, and then using probability models and how big your database was, it figured out how many words fit together into sentences. You know, the surprising thing is for 1970, hidden Markov models, I'll call them HMMs, are still being used today, right? So we've been going through that, and then the next really breakthrough came in the 1980s, 1990s, when neural networks and AI came into existence, you know, along with cloud computing and big data. This is when there was a really divergence in speech recognition technology. One path continued on the HMM speech model, but adding deep learning on top to improve the accuracy, improve the denoising part of it. And the other path was stuck in research for a while. A lot of the great stuff caught in research, and it took a while for deep learning to really advance enough to actually build a speech recognition tool that was accurate enough and fast enough. And that's where we're here today, right? So when we talk about what we have today, is like we look at Alexa, Google and Cortana, along with all the other speech recognition solutions out there, are really based on the HMM speech model that is really 40 years old. Why? It's based on that because it's still stable and it works, right? But it limits on what we can do in voice technology in the future. For example, in a lot of businesses, a lot of long conversations, a lot of noise in the background doesn't really work well with some of the HMM models out there. So you might ask, why did a lot of people stick with this technology? The reason a lot of these companies came from is, they came from consumer-based, command and respond. Siri, what is the weather today? Wake word, who is leading in the UK Premier League? By the way, it's Chelsea with 22 points with Liverpool and Man City right behind them. But at the time, a lot of consumers can take little issues and deal with it, right? It didn't matter if it was a little slow. Sometimes they didn't understand you, and they say, I didn't understand you, can you repeat that? Maybe get confused. If you speak too fast, you have to slow down. If you speak too slow, it cuts you off. But those acceptance at it, there's acceptance right now, right? But as speech recognition is moving, command response to transcribing real conversations, long conversations, crosstalk, when someone talking over someone else, people talking in a meeting, noise in the background, product names, right? Etsy, Spotify, NVIDIA are not regular words you would find in a lot of corpus training data, or accents, dialects. There's a lot of differences in language that it doesn't work well for. So right now we're at this point where there's actually two types of speech recognition in the world. There's the hidden Markov models with deep neural networks, which really contains 4 steps. So it's really a step-by-step process. And what they did is add really deep learning in the first 2 steps. Really deep learning into the denoising step to remove the noise, and deep learning into the acoustic step to make sure that you have the right phonemes from the audio files. And then it still uses the hidden Markov model and the beam search language model to create the sentences and the text. What made this work really well, besides the deep learning, was the cheaper CPUs. Processing costs of CPUs and cloud computing help this along immensely, because it takes a lot of computing powers to do what this does with HMM and DNM. But the trade-off was speed and accuracy. So right now you see that this work real well for consumers, but if you want faster speed, your accuracy will go down. If you want higher accuracy, your speed will go down, unless you bump up the cost of computing. And then you can maybe get both at the same time. The other one is end-to-end deep learning speech recognition. It is really just one step. Audio in, text out. It's really recognized by researchers in voice technology that it is the next best thing for speech text improvement in the future, and ready for what the new technology is in voice technology. So why do I say end-to-end deep learning speech recognition is the way of the future? So let's look at technically. Technically, it's a simpler process, right? We're talking about one step versus multiple step. It doesn't rely on any previous step for it to work. It also uses a much less power. Right now, a lot of DNN, HM use a lot of power, CPUs, GPUs. But when you look at end-to-end, you can actually run a lot of different transcription streams on one GPUs. We have run over 300 transcription streams on just one GPU. So it saves a lot of money that way. Second thing is easier training. You're training one step, the neural network, and optimizing one step. So you're instantly global optimization of that one step to improve your whole process. When you look at a hidden Markov model of deep learning, each step needs to optimize itself separately, because then you got to connect all the steps and then you got to globally optimize each one. It's very difficult. So what you see a lot of times is that they don't try to customize that hidden Markov model and deep neural network for you, because it takes so much recoding, optimization. One step follows the next step. So what they do is allow you to maybe boost words. Let's say boost Spotify, boost NVIDIA, boost Etsy, so that it comes up more in your text. The third thing that is why end-to-end speech is better is you don't need any alignment. So think about when you go from step to step to step to step. And because speech is really dependent on timing, right? So if I say bite, and then what you look at, it's like you use bite. So when you look at these two phonemes, you got to put together to put in a word. If you're milliseconds off and you're cutting it differently, you're out of sync. So what your phonemes have and then what your words have, and what your words go in a sentence have, might all be out of sync in alignment. There's a lot of work that has to be done in the HMM space to make sure that it's aligned. There's no time-based misalignment. In end-to-end, there is no misalignment. You are talking about just one process. Words go in, audio goes in, text come out. So, and overall, I think we see more opportunity for advancement in end-to-end speech recognition. So that's the technical side. Let's talk a little bit about the business side. So end-to-end deep learning speech recognition really has four things that has going for it in the business side: lower cost, higher accuracy, faster speed, and I believe it's more future ready. So lower cost, as you can see, is one step. And we talked about how we can have like hundreds of transcriptions running on one GPU. So if you're using a cloud service, their costs are actually lower and they can pass that on to you. If you're on premise, your compute costs are much lower. You're not using multiple 300 GPUs for 300 streams. You might be using one GPU for 300 streams. Higher accuracy. So the HMM system has made great strides. With deep learning, it's made great strides in accuracy, but they did a lot of work, a lot of hard recoding, optimizing, using CPUs to boost the word power. However, end-to-end in itself has built it where you can actually reach over 90% accuracy on jargon, accents, dialects, terminology, company names, alphanumerics, emails. The reason why that we can train end-to-end deep learning and speech recognition models to fit the use cases, to be better at accents, to be better at terminology, to better at product names, better at alphanumerics. And this can be done really quickly. I mean, we can do a lot of training within a week and get a model to you. Faster speed. We're talking about one step on end-to-end versus multiple steps in the legacy process. So it means faster speed. So real-time transcriptions, voice bots really need millisecond response rates, right? You don't want to wait for anything. With end-to-end, you can achieve under 300 milliseconds on one GPU. You can probably achieve maybe less than 1 second with the DNN system, but you got to put a whole lot of computing power into that to make that work. The last thing I talk about is really future ready, because end-to-end is a neural network itself. Network can learn and optimize itself. Suppose you're moving from like UK English to Indian accent English. A lot of the features, the weights that go into the neural network can be used again and retrained, and then you can go. So you can retrain things to go. you can actually, a lot of transfer learning can be done to build up new speech models. You can quickly add maybe different languages, dialects, accents. All the transfer learning you learn in a neural network can be reused for other languages, other accents, other words. So you can very quickly train something. So when you look at speech recognition as a whole, you look at deep learning and that you can really optimize and tweak it and change it to the needs you have. So I'll give you one example. It's really interesting. One of our customers, Lauren AI, is creating voice bots for a financial institution in South Africa. The issues they saw in South Africa, it's just, it's not the biggest country, but there are 11 different dialects there. So each area is different. So are you trying to train one huge model that knows every single dialect in there? That really didn't work. If you can train it for start with English. So South African English is different. Afrikaner sounds a little different. Zulu's, of course, is different. And then you have to train each one separately. And they put them all together so they have a great model for each section of South Africa's banks. The other thing that they saw the issue was speed. They either need a lot more computing power because they wanted really millisecond speeds. One example I had in the United States is we have a cable company called Xfinity. And I call it Xfinity. I'm sorry if someone's Xfinity right now, but I call Xfinity for tech support. And I remember asking a question for their little voice bot. And then after I asked the question, I hear this typing in the background. There's this typing, like someone's typing, and it's no one is typing. What's happening is that the AI and the voice bots is trying to figure out what you said, find the answer, and come back to you. And it's, I must say, it's kind of annoying, especially in this space, going, God, I know what they're doing, right? So, but you deal with it, okay, in the future, that has to get better. And, for banking customers, what happens if you do that, they're going, hello, anyone there? If it's a silence or you hear typing, it's like, oh my gosh, they're just trying to figure this out before they come back to me. So end-to-end speech recognition can really be a lot more accurate on the different dialects, voices, product names, terminology, and the speed matters. Nowadays, when you look at voice bots like we just talked about, or maybe sales or support enablement. Suppose a salesperson is on a computer screen trying to make a sale on a call, and it's transcribing that call in real time. And then as the customer's talking, there's a little pop-up that says, you have 80% chance to upsell at this point. Gives them little hints that they can try to upsell their product, upsell a warranty, upsell different services. Agents, support agents, where as the customer is talking through the phone, you have real-time enablement saying, hey, this solution may be these types of solutions that they're talking about in the issues. So even a new support agent can be onboarded and understand things much quicker. So that's why I really think that end-to-end deep learning speech recognition is the future for us here. So I'll leave you with this. We're actually having a webinar next week on the hidden costs of bad speech recognition. I have a link there, and I'll put that link in the chat. And I thank Bradley and VoiceX for Project VoiceX for their help and allowing me to speak today. Thanks, Bradley.
Keith, you were great. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to hit reclaim host, and I'm going to hit stop sharing. And when you get back into the attendee mix, definitely throw the webinar link in there. We'll make sure we send that out with our newsletter next week as well. Keith, congratulations on the book. And let me ask you something about this before we let you go. I didn't see, this is so new, you may not have a way of ordering this or procuring this on the web yet. Is this something that y'all are just going to give out at in-person stuff, or can you get it online?
At this point, we're not giving online yet. We hope to, but we just came out, like you said, we just shipped it all the way to Project X in Florida this week, so it's brand new.
Okay, awesome. And I threw your webinar in so everyone can see it. Keith, thank you very much to you and Deepgram for being part of Project VoiceX earlier in the week. Project VoiceX worldwide now. Thank you very much and have a good weekend.
Thank you.
You got it. So I'm going to put you back as attendee. And next up is Pin Drop. And let me promote Ben Cunningham here. as we keep rolling along. Ben, you are here. You're on mute. Ben, how are you?
Doing great. Bradley, how are you?
Doing fine. Nice to meet you in person earlier this week in sunny Florida, and nice to see you now.
Yeah, great to be here. Great to be here. Now, honored to be such amongst the heavy hitter list of great presentations.
Well, we appreciate you for sure. I'm going to make you host, and that'll enable you to share your screen.
Great. All right. We'll go ahead and jump up here.
There you go. That looks great. Ben, thank you for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us.
Great. All right. Thanks, Bradley. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ben Cunningham. I am a product marketer at Pindrop. So today we're going to be talking about a little talk that we titled Voice versus Friction. To start off, we are fortunate enough to have John Chambers be a board member of Pindrop. And one of the quotes that I love of his is that voice is the next interface. Now, the reason I like this one is because if you really start to think about it, it should kind of make you pause, because it's like, wait, it was already one. So it's one of the reasons I love it. The second reason is because I'm such a believer in a voice-driven future, but this is also a reminder of there's some things that we need to do to make it come to fruition, right? There's some, as Pindrop, we see some gaps in a voice-driven future that need to be addressed to avoid certain things, like avoid friction, for example. Here's a first example. So if I was a clever inventor, I would say, oh, I want to use voice to watch my TV because my kids hide my remote constantly. If you have small children, someone told me to duct tape a hockey stick to it, which would be the best way to never lose a remote. So short of that, I love the notion of being able to turn on a television with my voice. Here's the problem. I sat down to do this last night and I said, I want to watch Seinfeld on Netflix. The first thing it did is say, which account are you using? It didn't know who I was, right? It made me switch back. Now I have to go find the remote because I have to click which profile I am. So I was blocked by doing this because it couldn't answer one fundamental question of who is asking, right? So if we look at the question, we think about consumer television options, the terms, what should I watch versus what should we watch? If we're truly adding value to an application, that's something that voice, the enhanced voice can do, right? And the way we do that is by starting with the identity, right? What show should I watch implies that, these are going to be personal recommendations to me, right? So we have to be able to use the same command that says turn on the TV to channel 5, has to be the same information that clues us in to say, oh, we know who this person is, right? I know what shows he might have access to. And then taking it a step further, what should we watch? So now we're going to take it even, see if we can unlock more value. So not only do I need to know who originated the command or who asked the question, and also who else is in the room, right? And that can get really interesting, right? So I have friends come over and drop their kids off and I have to watch them a lot, right? So if I ask, what should we watch, right? The real value add there, if my television's intelligent enough to be like, well, we might have heard someone then possibly a minor. We should probably stay in the PGN pool, right? And show me like cartoons based on who else is in the room. That would be so convenient as I have armfuls of children or I'm searching for my hockey stick remote. So that's a good consumer version of how voice can kind of unlock some value. Now let's take a look at an enterprise version. So because of what we do, we work a lot with banks and insurance companies and financial institutions. So they deal a lot with friction, right? The friction of how do we serve these people, but also, make it so that they're confident in that these transactions handle securely, right? So I think we've all even seen on the consumer side of sometimes voice tends to end when something gets to a cart. Right? We can't seem to finish that last mile of paying for it with the same command that got it to the card in the first place. So if we look, how can we counter friction with voice, right? It seems natural, it's the natural interface. So first, let's define what friction looks like. So friction is having an agent repeat the same 4 questions several hundred times a day. It's spending several minutes trying to explain to somebody that you're gonna send them a text message, and on the text message, right, there's a link or there's a code or there's something, right? There's this extra step we had to add, or my favorite, and one that happens to me so much, I go to start an app on my phone or to log into somewhere and it says, tell me your password. And I sigh because I don't know what version or what numbered password version I am on this. And it says, okay, so I hit reset. And then I go to the email application. And then for some reason, it picked that day to say, you need to re-log into this. So, and I don't remember that one. And it's just this cycle, right? There's these huge roadblocks of me just doing the original thing. And I won't lie to you, oftentimes, depending on what the task is, I will stop and not do it. That is friction, right? If you're selling me something and I told you like there's too much friction to do this, I quit, like that is a huge red flag. And the last, and certainly not my least favorite, but trying to guess what I told a business years ago about like pets' names or maiden names or secret codes, right? These are all things, right? Trying to establish identity or security, and right, we're using things, knowledge things that we might know. But the problem is, due to data breaches, that is not good security anymore. Due to Facebook, right? How many times does Facebook ask you who your high school mascot is? Like, isn't that strange? Like, some of those are fraudsters trying to get information so that they can bypass these questions to pretend to be us. So friction isn't just an inconvenience either. It has real actual costs, right? I mentioned before, if someone knows your high school mascot and that's what they're pinning an identity to, right? That could end up in a loss, right? Taking 2 minutes out of your day to explain to someone how text messages work is not really operationally efficient, especially if you're handling millions of calls per year. CSAT and agent scores, these can take a hit. Our friction example of asking 4 questions 100 times a day, it wasn't something I made up. This was something real. We helped a customer remove the KBAs from their identity and verification process. Their customer satisfaction scores went up and they kept investigating and then investigating. And it came back, they finally traced it all the way back to the agents were giving a better experience because they were in a much better mood, right? They were doing their primary job, not playing detective. They were just focused on care, and it actually like moved the needle. So we talk about this as always a theoretical, and this is one of the first times we're like, ooh, we see it, like it's in the numbers. So it was very exciting to watch, utilization and unlocking value out of voice drive customer satisfaction, like unequivocally. So it was a great day. But overall, if we look at all this, the cost is $10 billion spent on authentication that's not really doing its job, right? The authentication is supposed to provide this gate and supposed to say, okay, some can come through that are allowed and some can't. But if we're basing it on questions that everyone knows the answers to, right, or poor security practices, right, we've now compromised it, and now we're spending all this money on ineffective security. So if we're going to use voice to remove that friction and unlock some of this value, in our experience, we found it's got to do 2 things. It has to establish identity. So before we get to the what, right, in our example of a contact center at a financial institution, before we have a conversation about why they're calling or what they might need, we need to know who is it that we're talking to. Right? Just like the television asked me last night, like, I want to watch Seinfeld. Well, who are you first? Right? The first thing we have to do is establish who that we're dealing with. And secondly, it really, really helps to enhance security. And we'll touch on that in just a second. But really, to me, this is the takeaway. The way to unlock all this value, right? Before we can get to how our customers are feeling or psychologically, like how can we, assess some things that are going on? How can we use this intelligence? We have to know who we're dealing with, and we have to be sure about it too, right? So using the voice that we got, right? What can it tell us, right? Are we set up for that voice to tell us who it is, with some amount of certainty, right? Because without it, voice without identity, the burden of proof and truth resides with the customer, right? So now the customer hops on the phone and you say, tell me who you are and make me believe you, right? You have to jump through these hoops. It's a crazy amount of friction on a customer, right? It's guilty until proven innocent. And they have to establish their identity and then prove it while we're waiting on the phone with them. So the reliance, right, you're putting it on there, which opens the door to bad actors, right? So yes, we can develop programs where we think, you know, hey, we can probably assess some identity. But the problem is, like, again, all the eggs are in their basket, right? We are relying on them to produce the source of truth and for us as an enterprise to verify it. And if a voice doesn't have identity, right, it's not actually removing friction, right? We've just switched the mode, right? We've just said, well, instead of having you with the ability to have a typewriter and type out your password, now I want you to tell it to me, right? And again, vocalizing a password is not very good security either, right? So we keep running into these issues when we have voice and not identity, when we try to do, you know, intelligent things with it. So that's why we need identity. We need to know the who. Now, the second part, enhancing security, here's why that's really important, right? Just identity is not enough because sadly, we live in a world where you know, bad actors are always looking for an advantage. They're always looking for what tools can I leverage to, you know, financially incentivize me to commit crime. So part of another talk I used to give talked about the evolution of technology and then how soon its basically its devious uses came after it. For example, you know, Alexander Graham Bell invents the telephone in, you know, sometime in the 1800s. I'm not great at history. It took till, you know, roughly the 1960s or 70s with phone phreakers for them to figure out how to use that technology for nefarious purposes, right? If we look at the internet, right, it was developed, you know, let's say in the 70s, but by the time, you know, consumers and commercialization got it, it was 10, 15, 20 years later before we started seeing computer viruses and Trojan worms, right? Mobile, the same way, right? I think it was 2013, we start seeing, you know, the first Trojans and SMS things start being sent to people when, you know, Steve Jobs basically unveiled what we know as the cell phone in 2007. You know, we look at today, the technology around deepfake arrives simultaneously with the nefarious use, right? So deepfake, right, just using voice cloning for AI can be used for really noble purposes. So there was an article about an actor, whose name is escaping me at the moment, Val Kilmer. So Val Kilmer sadly had experienced, I believe it was throat cancer and started to lose the ability to talk. So because he had all these movies released, they were able to use artificial intelligence, sample his voice, and basically give him a way to communicate and within his own voice because of all the work that had done and using artificial intelligence, right? That's a fantastic use case for someone, right? That's amazing. But it also arises at the same time where they're using it nefariously, right? Early last year, voice AI cloning was used in a bank heist that they netted $35 million, right? And this isn't the first time. So if you imagine, you know, we talk a lot about deep fakes, and sometimes the response is, well, we don't see this, or we don't think that we could trick, right, our finance people. If the CEO called them, they wouldn't do anything, right? They're not set up to deal with that. But we see the threat as much different, right? We see the threat of imagine sitting at your desk working and your phone rings and it says it's your boss. You pick up the phone and in someone that sounds exactly like your boss says, I just sent you an email. Will you click on this link? Why would you have any reason to doubt that? You will click the link and right there, you're breached. It's done. All the voice did was just give another reason for you to suspect anything. And that's the danger, right? So, and because this, you know, something that used to take hours to develop, right? And I think we all saw maybe on 60 Minutes, or if you've seen it on TikTok, there's Tom Cruise is basically running around doing anything this guy wants. and it's almost in real time. So the danger really is now identity is kind of a question mark, right? With this artificial intelligence and this level of technology that's democratized to anyone, the question of identity now kind of comes back into, was it me or my evil twin, right? So that's why when we leverage voice, when we unlock the value, we have to establish identity accurately, but we also have to account for security. So if we do that correctly, what does that world look like, right? So where else can we reduce friction? We talked a lot about, and I think people run to, on the phone, right? That's a distance one, but that's not the only place, right? At the agent, when we talk to someone on the other end of the telephone, I gave you the example of not having to ask, 4 to 7 questions about, boring or dogs' names or favorite drinks, instead of just getting to their problem. Like, that's a great way to reduce friction. Right? In the IVR, not having to bang out a bunch of numbers or allowing them to do more transactions because you can establish identity securely in the IVR allows you to save operational costs by not sending them to an agent, right? Or what about the friction? This one is relatively recently, and it kind of made us really think. But if you're a bank and you have a drive-through, are you really getting positive ID through a drive-through, right? A hat, sunglasses, and a mask is commonplace these days in a car, right? So now a camera might not be the best mode to establish identity, but you have a speaker and a microphone that's already present there, right? So again, the ability to have the option to use voice to reduce that friction starts to make a whole lot of sense, right? Or in a branch, right? So there's a version of when I go to a branch, I see this beautiful marble table in front of me, and I just simply extend my ID out to there. But there's also the version of that where I'm holding it up to, on glass, and I'm pushing it up there and having the person on the other end look at my picture and then look at my driver's license, right? That's not a great experience either. And to be honest, I was a bank teller, and I don't know, there's no training or anything on how to tell if someone's driver's license is them or not. I don't know how people say 100%, like me looking at your driver's license, looking at you means that I'm assured that you are you. Outbound calling, right? There's applications for that, right? So in our world, I don't know about you, but I never answer my phone if I don't recognize the number. That's kind of a problem, right? Well, if we're able to call through an app and still establish identity and security, right? We can avoid some of those problems and some of the frictions of not even being able to reach a customer. So when we start to break down those walls, when we start to use voice to start to remove friction, right? And not necessarily even wait for it to train the AI to have a conversation in our industry lingo, right? Using the voice that's present today in our environments, if we can add identity and security, then we can start taking frictions out across the enterprise, right? So a great example of this is in the IVR, we can actually start to watch customer interactions and seeing what's actually happening inside an IVR to give insights on fraud that might develop 2 months down the road, right? That's the level of kind of intelligence that starts to be able to extract when you start to remove these pieces of friction, right? So now agents are able to focus purely on customer service, right? We have better identity management in a drive-through. We have better accessibility options in an ATM, right? What about for the sight impaired, right? Instead of relying on Braille on the bumps, which was always really weird, if there's a voice option, again, unlocking more value across the enterprise by simply adding identity and security to what exists today. So that asks us, where is this friction now, right? And when we think about it, before we take the step and start thinking, can I train a robot to have a conversation with my customer, and can the robot start to suss out, right, these kind of these things about the what, right? We need to first establish the who. So can we, by knowing the who, remove friction within our enterprise? So Pindrop, we think this is certainly possible, and we think we can absolutely help you add value by unlocking voice inside your organization. That's my time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you for that. I'm going to hit reclaim host, and Yeah, look, y'all have carved out a great market position for yourselves. And, I was just thinking on the drive back up from Florida, where we all gathered together earlier this week about Voice of Money, which is an event that we're proud to have Pindrop be part of, and that'll be in New York City. It's great to get to know y'all. Thank you for being part of Project VoiceX earlier this week, as well as as well as worldwide right now. Ben, thank you very much.
You bet.
I'm going to put you back as attendee. And this brings us to a part of the program where I'm going to present and talk about Project Voice Capital Partners. So I've got some slides to show. I'm going to go through them. But before I do, I'm going to preface them by talking about what Project Voice Capital Partners is. And it's a $20 million venture capital fund that is going to be used to fund early stage investment opportunities across voice and AI, whether it's clone voices, synthetic voices, data science, end-to-end conversational AI solutions, security, authentication, a little bit of everything. And this is a venture between me and Mark Layton of Voice Punch, who started Voice Punch a couple of years ago and has already been making a lot of investments in the space. So this is an opportunity to see the slides that we're using to present to investors and prospective investors that we're talking to now. And as I show you this, I'll also say that as I was explaining in Florida earlier this week, we are getting investors on board now, and we anticipate the first close of this, which is a technical term that means basically, the first calling of money and the first checks can be written to be in the next 30 to 60 days. So before the end of the calendar year, I think that we will be able to announce our first investment. It's not that I think, it's pretty certain at this point, based on the interest and the action we've seen. So I'm going to share my screen, and let me start at the beginning here. So, and happy to share this presentation with anybody who wants to see it after this is over. And also for this, as well as a general note, if you have questions about this or any other talk, please don't put them in the chat. Instead, use the Q&A function of Zoom, and happy to answer those. I'll leave some time at the end of this before our next presenter to do that. So Project Voice Capital Partners, seed capital for the voice and AI universe. Our mission is to provide the first check to top tier founders building what are and will become the best businesses in this space. And the good thing about talking to a group like this today is that you don't really have to spend a lot, hopefully you don't have to spend a long time extolling the virtues of voice and how it's not a fad or a gimmick, how it's a permanent inflection point for technology moving forward. But if we do need to cover that, that's part of our thesis here. Voice has become the fastest adopted tech of all time. It's going to have to be, the evolution of it's going to be ongoing. It's not like it was something that's happened and then it's done now. It's going to be continuing to evolve, and as interest in AI rises, the amount of resources flowing into the space will also rise. And then we have a fairly extensive network in this space between me and Mark, and we're able to see interesting companies doing interesting things before other folks who are not as invested or as interested in the space. And the last one is the key, and we see that a little bit in this Project VoiceX Worldwide today. Saw it earlier this week in Florida. The interest in voice and AI is skyrocketing. If you went back to before the pandemic, and you assessed what is the interest in the space. It was definitely high, but a little bit, I guess what makes it different now is that you have a lot of companies that were fence sitters before jumping into voice and AI now, after the pandemic has shown them that people don't want to touch as many things in a hospitality context, or they need better access to computing, which voice provides from an accessibility standpoint. Whatever it is, there's a lot more interest now, and what that equates to is more and more and more companies buying companies that have voice and AI capabilities as part of what they provide. And of course, that just provides more exits for companies in the space. Voice is the fastest adopted technology of all time. I'm going to spend all of 2 seconds on this slide. Anytime we've had a shift in technology, we have seen outsized returns. And so a number of these examples are mentioned here, and a few examples of voice and AI are mentioned there in that particular column for this. This is not going to be any different. I'm going to spend some time on this slide here. So this is our fund summary. And, I think that this paints an interesting picture for anybody working in the space, just to see how we are looking to attack the space and get capital to founders that need it and that can benefit from it. Target fund size 15 to 25. That's kind of vague. It's going to be 20 million specifically. 20 investments is our target for companies that we're going to be putting money into over the next 2 to 3 years. I'll call attention to the geographic focus here. United States, Europe, and India. That's not to say that really interesting and valuable startups in the space are not coming from Australia, not coming from Korea, China, Japan, different territories not mentioned. It's just we anticipate ones in the United States, Europe, and India being more accessible for us than some of the other ones. Target investment 250 to 500. Those are the check sizes we will typically write for pre-money valuations, usually around 7 million, but in some cases going higher than that, up to 25. Holding period 5 to 7 years. That's fairly standard stuff. Investment parameters. This is a bunch of text. It really doesn't matter. The thing I'll point to here is that we anticipate Project Voice Capital Partners being a strategic investor in the companies we participate in, an investor that signals to other investors that this company, in question is on the cutting edge and is as high potential and as promising as everyone thinks that they are. So the 3 people involved, me, I'm boring you with a lot of rambling on a virtual event right now, but my partner, Mark, has been involved as a venture capitalist for the last 2 or 3 years and has actually had a lot of great results in a very small amount of time. Senta, who's pictured there, also has worked with Mark on Voice Punch and now is part of Project Voice Capital Partners. She was a co-founder on a company that IPO'd back in 2016 and has done quite well for herself. So previous investments that we, by virtue of Voice Punch being part of this, are listed here. There's a couple that are missing. Voiceify actually will be part of the Project VoiceX Worldwide shortly, and their logo is right there on the page. Really importantly, and I'll probably end this here before I make another couple of comments without the slide deck in front of me, and then take any questions, is with venture capital, there's so much money out there that's seeking good investments. that it's easy for venture capital funds to get kicked out of deals. And so with Blurp, which is a company that came out of the Alexa accelerator powered by Techstars, what this company does is they are like a Giphy, if you're familiar with the GIF marketplace, Giphy.com, Giphy. They're like a Giphy for audio. And if that just confuses you further, then I'll attempt to make it simpler by saying that gamers who are on Twitch or other streaming services, gamers who are having other gamers watch them play games, okay, need audio. They supplement their gaming streams to the world with audio snippets, basically. And the example I use here is, if you ever seen Jim Cramer's Mad Money show on CNBC, or there's some other ones that do this, Jim Cramer will be talking about whatever stock he thinks is a great buy or a dog or whatever, and he'll run over to this big board of buttons and he'll just start hitting buttons that add a lot of humor value to what he's saying, but also reinforce what he's saying. That is what Blurp is for gaming, where you can have all this audio infused into the process. And this was a deal where Mark and VoicePunch, his previous fund, wanted to get into this deal and invest money into it. And it attracted a lot of bigger fish in the VC scene. But because VoicePunch then, and now, with us joining forces, Project Voice Capital Partners, is seen as a strategic investor that adds more value than just the money involved, we were able to keep our position in the deal. And that's really, really important to any of what I'm talking about right now being a worthwhile use of time. Because if you're just going to get kicked out of deals, then it really is not something you ought to be doing at all. I talked about our company earlier. It's 3 parts. I'm going to blow through this. We work with a lot of great companies. Catalyst supports a lot of great companies. We've been fortunate to be in the press a lot. With our podcast and media arm, we reach a whole lot of people. Our event series, we're fortunate people like that. Disclaimer, investors who are actually looking at this can expect there to be other things not in here that might be important. And Project Voice Capital Partners thanks you for giving us some of your time. So that hopefully sheds a little bit of light on what we're doing with this fund. And we've gotten a lot of questions about it. I'm happy to take, if there's another question or two before we move on to the program, happy to answer that. It's high time, because what we saw earlier on, 3 or 4 years ago, when it was really, Alexa was coming into the fore, 2016, 2017, and then Google Assistant, 2017 into 2018, there was a thought that any company doing something worthwhile is at risk from Amazon or Google or both maybe, and or Microsoft and Samsung or Apple for that matter, taking what they're doing and doing it themselves, and damaging their business or maybe putting them out of business. And that thought, you don't hear that talked about anymore. And part of why you don't hear it talked about is because of evangelism efforts like you saw with Jeff Blankenberg earlier, where he's really gotten, to know a lot of folks working with voice, and he's really done a fantastic job of cultivating community within this growing ecosystem. The other reason you don't hear about it is because the environment has shifted to where people are a little bit more wary of big tech than they used to be. And the result of that is that there's been voice and AI solutions like a Pindrop, like a Deepgram, like many others that are independent of big tech are viewed as increasingly a positive. So a big result of that has been flowing of investment dollars now into the voice and AI universe, as we call it, that you did not see at all 3 or 4 years ago. So that's how we look at it and how a lot of other folks look at it as well. So I appreciate you taking some time. I'm not used to presenting as part of our virtual events, but I appreciate y'all going along for that ride. I'm going to move on with the program. And to do that, I'm going to call on, we're going to call an audible here because we're going to get a little bit out of order. But next up, I'm going to call Sanjeev Shetty of Connected Living. And we'll see if we get back into order later on. Sanjeev, I'm going to promote you to panelist.
Hi there. Hey, Brad, how are you? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Thank you for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us. I'm glad I didn't sufficiently bore you with the last 20 minutes of my... no
worries at all, no worries at all. Am I able to share my screen here?
Yes,
if you can give me control here.
Yes, so you are now host.
Perfect, so let me just bring up my presentation and hopefully you can all see it.
Yes, that looks great. Sanjeev, thank you and Connected Living for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us.
Thank you, Bradley, for having me. I'll try to go through these slides as quickly as possible, and then we also have a very fun demo at the end. Just a little bit of history on who we are and how we've evolved as a company. So Connected Living has been around for over a decade, serving the senior population. We're based out of Quincy, Massachusetts. We have folks all around the country. We're a small team of about 45 people. So for over a decade, we've really sort of been in the midst of helping communities connect, protect, and engage residents, families, and employees. Obviously, pre-pandemic, virtual connection and social isolation were on everyone's mind, but we always knew that. But the pandemic obviously shone a light on it, and we were sort of at the forefront, serving these communities, providing them the virtual connection, and giving them the tools and the ability to connect to families, and other stakeholders that they need to connect with. And that has really served us well. We've innovated on a lot of different fronts, mainly on the in-room television side with robotics. Voice has been a big focus of ours, and I'm going to be talking about that because there was an exciting announcement last week at Leading Age with our partner Amazon, with Amazon Smart Properties. So I'm going to be spending a little bit of time on that. But we've really sort of made a name for ourselves, serving hundreds of senior living, memory care, skilled nursing facilities. We're in about 700 properties. We'll probably be tripling in size by next year as well. So our focus has always been on increasing occupancy, engagement, staff efficiency, and most importantly, morale and purpose for the seniors. We find that that's really served us well. So we really don't have any connotations of ageism in our product. So none of the jitterbug or grandpad type names on our product. We always try to keep it very neutral. So whether you're a 13-year-old or a 80-year-old, it's very easy to use our product. And as a result, we've really created this industry-leading suite of technology that maximizes social impact, both inside and outside of the community. This is a busy slide, but it kind of gives you a quick high-level 30,000-foot view of how we function. At the very core of our ecosystem is a HIPAA-compliant, web-based, cloud-based solution called Electronic Content Management System. And that allows an administrator, a community, or a staff member to simply push content out in any format to any of the endpoints that you see around the circle. Obviously, people learn in different ways. We don't try to pigeonhole people into one solution. If you're comfortable with apps, we have native apps on both Android as well as iOS. You can download the Connected Living Center app. It's called CLC. We have built, through the pandemic, in-room television options. So regardless of what television provider you have, whether it's Verizon, AT&T, Spectrum, or DirecTV, we can simply come in through the head end, much like you would expect to see in like a hotel when you tune to channel 700 or 800 or whatever the channel is. You get all of your content in there. We were one of the first ones to actually also build an Apple TV app. So it's much like a Netflix type experience where you can set up profiles, order food, attend live events, take a class, a yoga class. Obviously the pandemic has forced a lot of people into, spending more time in their living rooms, and the homes have become people's epicenter. So we obviously had to innovate very quickly on that front. Smart home and voice, obviously we consider voice to be a force multiplier. We are a solution provider and a premier partner of Amazon. And I'm going to be spending a little bit of time talking about the smart home property announcement that came out last week. And then if you look to your right, we've got what we call as a resident network. And what that basically means is digital programming. So think of us as sort of the Peloton of senior living. We bring in all that curated live content to any of these devices, whether it's live yoga, meditation, tech classes, tech concierge, library of aging events. All of that is available through this resident network. Temi is an interesting one because it kind of brings voice, AI, and personal assistance together in this nice little 3-foot, 25-pound robot that I'm going to be talking about. Obviously, we've seen variations of this AI personal assistant. Amazon announced the Rover about 2 months ago, and we're working closely with them as well and collaborating with them. Temi does have our voice platform on it. It's also enabled by Amazon, so you can obviously speak to it just like you would with any other Amazon device. And the nice thing about Temi is that with our new release, our latest release, we're able to change the invocation word. So we can literally say, "Hey Sanjeev, what's for lunch today?" Right? It doesn't have to be ALEXA. And then we also have digital signage. We pride ourselves in the fact that we're not just flip art on a screen. We actually have a media player behind it. And that gives us the ability to control 100% of that signage experience. And these are things that you find like, when you enter a lobby, cafeterias, break rooms, next to elevators, things of that nature. And then we have the old-fashioned printed newsletters and calendars as well. So if anyone attended Leading Age in Atlanta last week, the big news was Amazon announced the smart properties, and we were right there with them, jointly presenting. Basically, what smart properties is designed for is for the needs of senior living communities and healthcare facilities. It gives you the ability to simplify deploying and managing Amazon devices at scale, really helping these communities offer customized Alexa experiences for residents and patients, increasing care team productivity and operational efficiency. The three main things coming out of that is obviously the time to market, getting this out to the market, developing those high quality person-centered experiences and reducing your development costs. So you don't need a whole development team around it. You can simply deploy these at scale very easily. Obviously, residents are loving this because they can, simply speak to their Amazon devices or Temi and say, "Hey, call my daughter," right? "Call my caregiver, call my dad," and it will simply connect them seamlessly through video or voice. So those are some of the benefits, and we are a proud partner of Amazon as well. So switching gears, so we're going to come to the topic of robotics and AI. So many of you may have heard of Temi, but for those of you who haven't, what is Temi? That's the first question that comes to mind. So Temi is very simply put the world's first AI personal assistant robotics platform. And the key word there is it's a platform. When you think of robotics, people think of, hey, it's this thing with hands and legs and it's going to be moving upstairs. But Temi is different in that it comes with an SDK kit for you techies out there. It's got 16 sensors on it. It's got a LiDAR at the very bottom that shoots lasers, so it knows how to avoid obstacles. So if it's following someone around and someone comes in between it and the person, it knows to stop and avoid obstacles. It can navigate itself autonomously. It does have a 10-inch Android-based tablet on it, which acts as its head. It can move up and down and sideways as well. And then the nice thing about it is it comes with this thing called the SDK kit. So you can actually literally develop software on it. So we actually, during the pandemic, we were one of the first ones to actually put a fully integrated remote monitoring platform on it. So people with chronic conditions now can be sitting at home, and doctors can virtually visit with them and monitor their conditions without having to step foot into the premise. Like I said, Temi is a platform that adapts use cases based on the environment. We have seen this robot being deployed in various verticals. Obviously, it has been extremely popular in healthcare and hospitality, specifically senior living. We've deployed this in over 300 locations in the past year alone, and it's really starting to pick up steam in terms of adoption. The thing I really like about it is it's so easy to use. It comes out of the box fully assembled. It costs, it's like buying a MacBook, right? It's not, you're not spending 25 grand, it's like $3,900. So it's very affordable. There's lease options as well if you don't want to, put out capital. The biggest use case that we're seeing with Temi, it is a social AI robot. So it's not a utility robot. So what I mean by that is it allows people to connect virtually, whether it's doctors, families. Using voice, you can actually literally speak to it and ask questions like, hey, what's for lunch today? Or, has my mail been delivered? Are there any announcements and things of that nature? So voice is a large part of Temi. We have gotten very creative with the pandemic, mostly in terms of how it's being used. If you look on the right here, you're seeing the most commonly used, use cases within senior living. But like I said earlier, we have developed a remote patient monitoring platform that allows doctors, clinicians, nurses, caregivers to be able to access residents and patients, clinical data and vital data remotely, so they don't have to call into a tablet that maybe God knows where in the room or maybe dead. They can simply call into the Temi. It's always on. They can go to the bed, see the person, see how they're doing, and all of this is hands-free. So the resident doesn't have to hold a tablet. They simply look into Temi, and Temi moves its head, and moves around with them as they move. So that's the nice benefit of Temi. As you can see on this slide, it is being used in various different verticals, everything from security to the home to education. We've sold this to universities that are trying to bring in students from all around the world virtually into a setting. Hospitality, Temi is acted as a greeter in hotels, checking people in, self-service, food delivery. And we'll be innovating a lot more on the food delivery side. And it's really acted as a resource that can help bolster some of the staff shortages, labor shortages that we're seeing in the industry. It's actually really helped in that area. So we're seeing Temi as sort of that added resource. I do want to point out it does not replace the human experience. A big part of the industries we serve has the human element that is so key. But it is there to actually help supplement the human experience and offer that additional resource. As you can see, within each vertical, there's very large players here that are using it for various reasons. But our focus has been mainly on the healthcare and hospitality side. One of the nice things about this AI robot and its voice capabilities, apart from just the robot and the voice capabilities, what you get with Temi when you purchase one and our connected living platform is you get something called the Temi Center. And what this is it's simply a fleet control management system. And this allows communities, administrators, clinicians really control the Temi. So you don't need to have, a robotics degree, or you don't need to be a data scientist to program the Temi. You simply create sequences. And what sequences means is that you can essentially make Temi do what you want to do. So in a few minutes here, I'm going to have it come into my office. It's going to say hello to everyone. It's going to introduce itself, and I'm going to dial into it. So that was a sequence that I created. You can have it be, set up in greet mode. So as people come in, it could take the temperature, greet them, direct them to places. One of the first things you do when Temi rolls out of its box is you configure a map. So one of the first things I did is configure, locations within my house. So I could have Temi go to, for instance, the kitchen, right? Or I could have it go into an office, or I could have it go to the front door. And of course, you can set up hundreds of these locations using Temi Center. You can also control it remotely. So you can control it through Temi Center, you can control it through voice, you can control it through your mobile app. So it gives you all sorts of flexibilities. We've done multiple case studies showing how Temi has helped connect seniors. But more importantly, it's also been the added tool for administrators and staff alike to actually provide that added benefit of bringing family members, into the community, providing doctors that added toolkit to come in and monitor patients and do more rounding, deliver things like mail and food items, be that virtual assistant for seniors. And a lot of these case studies have been done. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to switch gears, and I am going to actually bring Temi into the room. So bear with me here as we do that. This is going to take about 30 seconds. And when she comes in, what's going to happen is she will introduce herself. She will say a few words, and then we're going to demonstrate live on this call what telepresence looks and feels like. So here we go. Can you hear me okay?
Hi, Project VoiceX attendees. My name is Temi. I am an easy-to-use, affordable voice-enabled robot with 16 sensors on my frame that allow me to autonomously navigate myself around senior living and home health settings. Healthcare has evolved like never before. My goal is to bring joy by creating experiences at every level of care that fits seniors' needs and empower them to thrive beyond expectations. I am able to be at the forefront of healthcare, helping with resident programs at communities and homes to provide an added toolkit to virtually connect family members to their loved ones, provide simple voice-enabled commands, enhance in-home activities, help staff, and much more. Furthermore, my AI skills enable facial recognition and the ability to navigate myself autonomously. This capability allows me to conduct virtual training for staff, take interactive surveys, make timely announcements, deliver food and other items, play interactive games, be a medication reminder, remotely monitor individuals with chronic conditions, help with virtual classes, rehab, and memory programs. Over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic, I have been deployed in over 300 locations to help connect, protect, and engage our seniors. Now I am going to show you my telepresence feature to connect two physically separated individuals by having Sanjeev call me from his location, showing you how he can virtually connect with me and control my movements. He will be able to move around my house and use my eyes and ears to experience my surroundings. Are you ready, Sanjeev?
I sure am. So here we go. So what I'm demonstrating here is you can see me on the face of Temi, and I am able to, with my app, I can actually move around. I can look up, I can look down, I can move sideways, I can move forward, I can move backwards. All of this is being done through something called telepresence. I can send it to a location. So let's say I wanted to go somewhere, I can simply click on a location on my app. So let's say I wanted to go to my living room. I'm going to send it to my living room using my app. And there she goes. and all the while I can see what she's seeing and hear what she's hearing. And this is called Telepresence. So imagine me, I'm a family member, I want to visit my loved one. I'm able to use the Temi as a conduit to dial into it and move around a community using this telepresence feature. One of my favorite features on Temi is actually the follow me mode. So if I simply tap Temi on its head, it locks onto me and it follows me everywhere I go. So as I move around, and this is especially relevant for a nurse who wants Temi to follow her into a room, or a salesperson who's doing a virtual tour, or an instructor who's doing a virtual class, Temi will simply follow them everywhere they go. And by tapping it again, it will stop. So that's a little bit about robotics and Temi. I would love to take maybe a few questions if there are any. If not, I'll turn it back over to you, Brad.
It never gets tiring seeing that demo.
It never does.
Yeah, I love that. I'm gonna hit reclaim host. Y'all, you're onto something great, and maybe so great that Amazon has a robot of its own coming out. But look, I think that the fact that you're so focused on the senior living space, and you've been putting all the time in to figure out how to make Temi as good as it is. I mean, that was phenomenal. I think look, you got a lot to be proud of, and the arrow's pointing up. So I appreciate you taking the time to show that demo.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Brad.
Sure, and I'll tell you something else too. I was happening to see the I think it was something that maybe Brian posted to LinkedIn about y'all were at that leading age convention that you were talking about during your presentation, and it was clear y'all were having a good time. I saw one of the videos there. You know, it's as we saw with Project VoiceX earlier in the week, in-person events are super weird and unique right now because it's less people, but everywhere you look is somebody who's a doer and a decision maker. And given another 3 to 6 months, it's not going to be like that anymore. I'm sure y'all saw some of that at that leading age show you were at.
Absolutely.
Sanjeev, thank you for the time. Thank y'all for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide. I'm gonna put you back as attendee. Have a great weekend. Thank you for sharing all of that with us.
Thanks again.
You got it. So next up, we've got Eric Eglund of Microsoft. And let me go to him right there. There we go. Eric, you're here with me?
Yeah, I sure am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. How are you?
Okay, doing great. Thanks. How are you?
Doing good. I'm going to make you host. It was great to see you in Florida as part of Project VoiceX. Just a relaxing time, a peaceful time, a valuable and informative time. And glad to see you here as well. Thanks for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide.
Thank you. Yeah, Bradley, that was a great event. Kudos to you and your team. It was a pleasure to be there again. It's been too long since Chattanooga, and great to get back in the rhythm again. So thank you.
Sure. So you're host. So if you want to, you can share your screen as the need arises. I'm going to go on mute. Eric, thanks for being here.
Okay, terrific, Bradley. Yeah, I think I'm sharing here, so I'm going to jump right to a few slides, and then we'll go from there. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see all the different. It's all the different slides.
Okay, great. And then now we're showing one.
That's perfect. Yes.
Okay, terrific. All right. Well, thanks for me. And what I want to talk about today is kind of what we're seeing at Microsoft and how in terms of voice and conversational AI. I think the big headline is things have improved so much from a lot of the early efforts in voice and conversational AI to do that well. It's a lot easier than it was. I sort of joke that, it takes 2 minutes to do a marketing video, and I showed this video at a Project Voice event a couple of years ago, and the marketing videos take 2 minutes to watch, but the projects can take 9, 12, 15 months from a technical enablement to get the customer to success, and even with customers that have invested a lot and are really doing best practices. And it's just there's some complexity there, but today you can do things much faster. So where you have a voice first architecture, but you can still support text-based conversations too, because there's just so many different channels. So voice first, but still being able to support the spectrum of conversational AI and to go faster. And so what's the benefit? I think everyone on this call probably, is in violent agreement. There is across industry that conversational AI, voice first conversational AI can improve customer experience and your contact center experience. So those are really important parts of anyone's business. And that can be going across channels from telephony very quickly, not some major rip and replace of your contact center, but just simply using what you have today, as well as the chatbots on various channels. But then improving your brand experience, especially on Amazon Alexa and Google Assistant. I'm going to show a couple examples real quick. A lot of enterprises don't realize just what's happening, what they're missing out on by just the market trend statistics, which I'm not going to show those because people on these calls really know. I mean, with almost coming up on over 150 million, coming up on 200 million smart speakers installed, but then the most common use case for voice assistants isn't smart speakers; it's on the mobile app, because I've got my phone right next to me. I bet most of us do too. So that ubiquity of access and the adoption of all demographics, right? Over 60 being higher than 40 to 60, and then everything under 40 being even higher than that. And not just growth trends, but actual numbers. So being able to engage through those voice channels and then have unified data analytics across all those channels, which is hard to do because you got to unify the data models from every channel, and even Alexa and Google give you different data, let alone the chatbots and the SMS and telephony, where you've actually got a live call or a voice, a person's voice. So that's a challenge, but a great opportunity. And Gartner's research confirms that a 10% increase in customer satisfaction with companies that implement conversational AI, and that kind of makes sense because people who want that experience, like probably many of us on this call, we go through that experience, and then people who don't want that experience can bypass it, right? Just skip, transfer to agent, or call back when it's open. Fine, go with the traditional experience. But also staff satisfaction is a really overlooked factor and not talked about enough. During COVID, things really consolidated to the contact center. And then, you see headlines all over the place where customers are having a hard time hiring for those contact centers for various reasons. And so that puts a lot of pressure on keeping your staff satisfied. And the way you do that is by not making them repeat the same answer to the same kind of generic question 80% of their time, which we've had customers do that where they showed us their SharePoint, and they were actually, some of their staff were spending 80% of their day copying and pasting an answer from SharePoint because there was an erroneous customer perspective on trouble tickets. Like this was to an IT, but they thought they were talking to one of the business units, and it just happened all the time. So keeping the staff satisfaction where they're freed up to do routine, free up from all the routine, which can be automated easily, and focus on more complex queries that are harder to automate. And that's really where that expert staff comes in, and it's a better experience for everybody. So why doesn't everybody just do it all today or yesterday or tomorrow? Well, it's really complex. So from an Azure point of view, it takes about over 30 different cloud services, many AI services, in order to implement voice-first conversational AI efficiently and effectively. Well, that takes a lot of expertise and a lot of time and a lot of investment. And you kind of have to understand, well, you don't kind of, you absolutely have to understand, what does it mean to have a voice-first architecture? It's not a marketing term. There's important decisions that you make and knowledge that you have to have about what it takes to have a successful voice architecture that can then be extended to text-based and screen-based conversations on different chat platforms. If you start with chat and then you try to go to voice, you're going to end up with a big services effort. You might do it in-house or you might have an outside contract, but it's going to be expensive and it's going to be a lot of reconfigure and rebuild. So that's the challenge. That's why everybody doesn't just go do it. And so for my role at Microsoft, I'm on a team called the Global Black Belt GBB, and I focus on artificial intelligence, machine learning. I started in machine learning in 2005, and I've been doing voice and conversational AI for the last 5.5 years. And so this is really, to me, why those projects take so long. Now let's zero in on voice assistants. And this is what brands we're seeing, that brands just don't even know what happens when someone asks Alexa or Google Assistant about their brand. And remember, we're Microsoft, but and Cortana is kind of internal for the enterprise, but we want, our mission is to empower everyone to do more. And so getting things done via voice assistants and getting information is a really important way for Microsoft to achieve its mission. And so if you just look at a major retail brand like a Tory Burch, how can I buy a purse? What about the latest handbags, the fall releases, those kinds of questions? Alexa directs them to a used clothing site and a blog because they don't have their own branded presence. Google goes to Wikipedia. We all know you get Wikipedia results frequently if someone doesn't have their own branded presence. But you can control that experience, in just a few days, and that's what I'm going to get to. So how Microsoft kind of can solve this now. Very quickly, but also allow you to go very deep with backend integrations. Here's another example. I just did actually a couple hours after I presented at Project Voice. I did a webinar live across the Southeast education. So higher education institutions across the Southeast, the US joined in to say, hey, the e-recruiting, admissions, enrollment, applications, financial aid, some content delivery, and alumni engagement, and even sports and extracurriculars are all very popular use cases for education. And so if you just ask about tuition, you get an outdated source that asks, what about tuition cost at Southern New Hampshire University? And 2016 data comes back, and then something else goes to Wikipedia with kind of random information, and then random websites and things, not getting things that the brand controls. So what's the other part of that journey is a four-phase journey. You've got to design all your experiences. You got to create all the workflow, all the plumbing, all the connections, and you have to do it with an expert domain expertise. And then you have to deploy it, improve and maintain, have a multi-channel analytics that gives you the insights you need in order to know how you're doing and how you can get better. And then you got to be able to do the backend integrations with your systems, your ERP, your CRM, your ITSM, all those different systems and different APIs that enrich the conversation. So basically, that's the challenge and the opportunity. So what's the solution? Well, for Microsoft, we have a new conversational AI solution accelerator. And what it does, it basically takes those middle two steps and wraps a big bow around them. It's all pre-built, zero code software as a service. And but then it still doesn't limit you, because that's the big complaint with zero code or low code things, is sometimes low code means lots of code, and zero code means I'm limited and I can't make it the way I really want it. So this is the best of both worlds, unifying all those services and saving a lot of time. I mean, we had one partner, a major global partner, had a contract with a major customer that wanted to add AI, voice first AI and chat to their 8 contact centers. And their bid for their contract, this is not an RFP, this is their phase 3 of their contract, was $1.85 million in 9 months of build. And now they're using this solution accelerator on Azure, and they reduced their estimate to $885,000 and 3 months of build. So think about that cost saving almost $1 million, more than 50% of cost. and then saving 2/3 of your time, like going from 9 months to 3 months. That just shows you how this is a major breakthrough in being able to accelerate these things. So what does it look like? It's basically connecting that company to the customer for information, for search capabilities, for leaving reviews and getting that voice of the customer so they don't leave a negative online public review. They give you that feedback, and it can be part of your analytics so you can really do something about it. As well as shopping, right? Transactions, just think shopping representing any kind of transaction, checking your financial aid account online, or resetting your password, any number of use cases. But being able to do it across all those channels at the bottom, right? That's really important, is have that branded presence on Alexa and Google, have that ability on IVR or telephony, right? So people can call in speaking on a phone line, SMS as well, which is telephony, but chat, and then all the chatbot platforms and email. And being able to do that really quickly is exciting. So basically what's next is basically what we offer is to kind of prove this the offer is a no cost next day POC, and it's actually production ready. We've had customers put it into production if they just wanted like a single turn conversation to get started or a multi-turn conversation. We have customers who went live literally the next day and went on camera at a Microsoft AI event and said so. Been quoted in case studies. Customers that want a multi-turn conversation, then we've had them go live in 3 days and route 100% of their calls, 14-step multi-turn conversation, and routing 100% of their calls in 3 business days. That's really unprecedented. It's usually months and months and months and services contracts and things like that. And this is something that can be used by the customer or by their trusted services integrator, whoever it is, they can use this. And so really all we need to get started is a customer email. So that's fun, Bradley, because you just say, it goes, there's a lot of talking and it's a complex topic. So there's always discussions, and I get to talk to a lot of customers, which I see as a real privilege. But it kind of the conversations can go on forever because there's so many things. And we just cut through that and say, hey, send us an email that says, what conversation would you like to automate first? And that's it, right? And then we can come back and say, well, here's a 10-step conversation. Here's what it would look like. Here's the POC. Here's all your questions and answers and things, and put it all together. And then they go, yeah, this looks good. Okay, well, let's talk. What's backend system do you want to integrate with? Oh, we want to integrate with our ServiceNow. Oh, great. Yeah, here's how that integration works. Because we have all these Azure engineering teams that are all working on these things, and this brings them all together to something that can move really fast. So it's fun to be able to say, hey, customers, you can have a voice first architecture, hit all the channels you want, do all the backend integrations that you want, and you can be live, tomorrow, in a few days, in 3 days, in 3 business days, and we have case studies of all that. So it's fun. The customer experience and the contact center, I think, are the 2 big areas of growth and focus for enterprise in the next, certainly in the upcoming year. And brands really consumers are really, they used to be more loyal to brands, and now they're really more loyal to brand experience. So if there's a good brand experience, they become loyal to that experience. And these channels are fantastic for enhancing that brand experience. So I'm happy to take questions. That's really all I wanted to share. If anyone is interested in that, pop it in the chat, and I'll happy to talk further. But yeah, it's great to be part of Project Voice in Destin and Project Voice X worldwide today. Bradley, back to you.
Eric, yeah, thank you very much for that. And I'm going to hit reclaim host, and then I'm going to hit stop sharing. So we had a fun thing happen this morning during we had a European hour this morning where we highlighted a number of companies over in Europe doing some fascinating work. And I made one of the presenters the host, like I always do, which is how this works. And the person couldn't quite figure out, I think they had to download an update for Zoom. And so they quit the webinar. they quit the event, and it's just shut the whole event down, which is kind of funny. It speaks to, as long as we've been doing these virtual events, there's still new problems to be found.
That's right.
But it was great to see you earlier this week. Great to see everybody in Florida and start to take one step at a time, steps in the right direction toward being together in person and feeling comfortable doing that. Thank you, and thank Microsoft for being, thank you and Microsoft for being part of Project VoiceX, part of Project VoiceX Worldwide. Eric, as always, we appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Bradley.
You got it. So I'm gonna put you back as attendee, and we're gonna roll on. And next we've got Soundhound. And let me call up Darren from Soundhound. And Darren, you're in here with me, if you can hear me.
I can hear you, Bradley. Can you hear me?
Yes, how are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
Doing fine. So I spent some time earlier this week with Mike, and good to see him. And thank you and Soundhound for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide. I'm going to make you host.
Great.
So you can share your screen. There you go. Yeah,
there we go.
Okay, so that's your sort of notes version. If that's how you wanted to do it, there's no problem. But
no, that's definitely not how I want to do it. Let's see. Did that do it? Still looking at the notes version.
Yeah, that's you're not sharing your screen at all with us at the moment.
Huh, okay, let's try this again. Same thing.
Yeah, so if you hit share your screen, then you go to the slides, and I think it's just a matter of hitting a different button.
Yeah, I was trying that. Do you still see the notes version here?
No, we're not seeing. We're just seeing you, so we're not seeing any you're sharing.
Okay. You would think by this time we would all be experts in Zoom and making this work, right?
Zoom's done a good job. They keep throwing curveballs.
All right, let me see. All right. Are you seeing the screen at all, or is it still just me?
No, just you. So I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit reclaim host, and then I'm going to make you host again, because that might sort of jog it.
Okay. Let's see. What's happening here?
There we go. Yeah, so we can see it, and if the note version is the best we can do, that's fine. But if you go up to the top left and hit play from start,
yeah, that's what I was doing the note version.
Oh yeah,
right?
and it's showing this. You know, if this is what we see, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I guess what we could do is.
Oh, there you go. Whatever you
work
did.
now.
Yeah, that fixed it. Darren,
Okay.
thanks to you. Yeah, thanks to you and Soundhound for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us.
Yeah, thank you, and we appreciate your hosting the event. I was there. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to talk to you. I was there. I took over a little bit for Mike after he had given his presentation. So, you know, I guess we can start just going with a quick overview. Soundhound is about a 15-year-old company. We've been around since 2005. We enable brands to provide a voice experience on their device, their application that is custom and branded with their own logo, with their own experience, etc. And you know, it's important as we move into a voice-first world, or at least a voice-augmented world, that we continue to work with these companies to enable this type of experience. And you know, when it comes to our customers, we've done this with a number of customers in the market, companies like Daimler and Hyundai on the automotive side, Pandora and Snapchat on the application side, smart home and IoT companies like Vizio and Deutsche Telekom's Magenta speaker. And when they made the decision to work with Soundhound, there were a few main reasons that they went through this process. And one was they had a recognition that they wanted to provide a branded voice experience. Obviously, there's large tech providers out there that can give you experience with voice. your Amazon and Google. But in those cases, they essentially hijack the brand. They ensure that the end consumer says Alexa or OK Google in order to do something with their device. And these are companies, in a lot of cases, our customers who have spent years and decades building their brand, and to essentially just to offload that to another company was something that they realized they didn't want to do. They also had the recognition that a good voice experience can strengthen your customer loyalty. And we liken this a lot to building an application back in the early days of the App Store, back in 2007, 2008, 2009. You know, at that time, you could build an application, you could put it out on the App Store, it would have your brand in the corner, your customers would interact with it, and a good experience would actually bring customers back to your brand. So you can think about some of the earlier applications for your bank or for an airline. The ones that worked well, you really noticed that they were working well. And the ones that worked poorly, you really noticed they were working poorly, and you probably didn't try to use them again. And what we've realized, and our customers have realized, is that building a voice experience can be very similar. If you build a good voice experience that really enables your customers to do something they want to do, then you can really very easily get to something that would be powerful for your customers. And similarly, the other critical part of building that app back in that early days was getting access to what the customer was actually doing with that app. You had all of the data on what the customers were actually doing, what they were trying to do, maybe where they got stuck, any of the problems they were having in that process. And it's critical to have that information in order to develop your product further, to continue making improvements. If you didn't know what your customers were doing, then you're going to be stuck trying to actually build something that would be more usable for them in the future. And additionally, we provide the ability for companies to create a customizable solution. So it's great that Alexa has so much functionality and Google Assistant has so much functionality. It's very, very usable. I have multiple Echoes. I have Google Assistant devices, Google Home devices in my house. I use them all for a lot of things. But when I go to a specific device or application, I really want something that's specific to that device. If I'm in my Pandora application, I really want to play music. I don't necessarily want to look for restaurants or search for information on, you know, the most recent sports scores. So building something that's very customizable to that app or that product is critical. And what we also think is similar to, again, the application development arms race that was happening in the late aughts. You know, we really think the same thing is happening with voice now. And companies that build a good voice experience that consumers like to use are going to win market share. They're going to be able to create that brand loyalty and attract new customers to their products or devices. Well, okay, there we go. And you know, the way that we do this, there's a few things that we're really seeing in the market. You know, voice assistants are becoming ubiquitous. They're becoming used across any number of different industries. Our last presenter was talking about call centers, and you know, voice in call centers has been around for a long time, but it was very IVR based historically. And now it's much more chat based, and it's being used in ways that actually enhance the customer experience. Most of us probably remember the first experiences with voice, either from your in-car voice assistant, where you press the button on your steering wheel and say, call home, and it says, calling mom. And you say, no, call home, and it says, calling mom. And then you say, forget it, you pick up your phone, you go through your contacts list, and you call home. And similar to that, in your call center, you know, lots of IVR experiences didn't go very well at first. But now, as we've continued to evolve the voice experience, it's become a situation where I would prefer that as long as it works well. If I can accomplish my task without having to wait to talk to an individual, which usually is a lengthy wait, then I will be more than happy to do that if I can get through that experience quickly and easily. And the improvement of voice solutions in the market is getting us there. Similarly, we've seen a lot of new entries into food ordering using voice. So there's been a number of press releases just even over the last month or 2 months with companies that are looking for drive-through voice experiences. We're taking part in working in that industry, working with our partnership with MasterCard. We've seen press releases from Wendy's, from McDonald's, obviously, has done a lot of stuff in that area as well. And so we think that this is a trend that as you can provide something that really works well to the consumers, they're going to be very happy to use voice. Additionally, and kind of jumping ahead on my right side of the slide here, we're seeing this actually as a benefit as we see labor shortages in certain industries. There's very much labor shortages in fast food service and retail, in call center, and enabling a voice experience to take care of some of the tasks that previously had to be done by a person is critical for these industries as they move forward. And SoundHound solutions are available both as an embedded solution, completely embedded, no connection to the cloud, as an edge solution. So it's closer to the customer, but there might be multiple devices connecting to it, as a fully hybrid solution. So this means some functionality can happen both locally and in the cloud simultaneously. And then there's some arbitration of the results. You can think about that from the automotive experience. If I'm navigating somewhere, I might get a response that's both from the cloud and also from my embedded navigation, and the system should arbitrate and let me know which one's giving me the best results. The cloud-based solutions are really continuing to develop significantly, and SoundHound's made a number of revolutionary inroads in this market to increase speed and accuracy. So we have functionality we call speech to meaning, which enables the ASR and the NLU to actually happen simultaneously. That gives you far greater speed and accuracy. We also have what we call deep meaning understanding. So instead of your NLU being keyword focused, you can be enable a much more conversational experience with negations, multiple queries, multiple domain capabilities across everything. And we've also seen, as I mentioned before, some of our customers in the application space, Pandora, Snapchat, use our solutions within the apps. Historically, or at least voice for apps was primarily focused in the music industry. Pandora, as I said, Spotify has been doing a number of things there, but we're really seeing this start to move out. We've seen it in social. There's obviously banking investment in voice assistants, and we continue to think that there's going to be increased usage of voice as customers understand the ability to use voice in the applications. And the other really exciting thing about voice from our perspective is looking to the future. We really see an environment where voice doesn't need to just be looked at as a feature of a device or a product. It can be looked at as a way to actually make money. So, as I mentioned, within the car space, there's been a long history of essentially having voice as a checkbox. All of the companies knew they needed to provide voice. It didn't really have to work very well. It just had to be able to check the box. In a lot of cases, it didn't work very well. And what we've now seen, though, is that companies are really looking at this as a way to potentially make money in the future. And that's really something that is turning the industry kind of on its head a little bit. And our perspective on this is that it's a critical future for voice assistants across any number of different industries. So obviously automotive, but you can also think about smart home and IoT, looking at your TV or your smart speaker, or any number of different areas. But the critical thing about this is to do this in a way that's not intrusive to the customer. It doesn't create a negative user experience. We don't want this to be pop-up ads. Everybody has frustration if they go to a website and pops up with a bunch of ads. In fact, got to the point that most of the browsers actually block them for us automatically now, which is a huge benefit. But 5 or 7 years ago, it seemed like every other site you go to, you'd get 2-3 pop-up ads, and it would just be an incredible annoyance. We don't want the voice experience for monetization to be similar. What we want to do is we want to create a monetizable moment, utilize monetizable moments to enable an extension of what the customer is saying. So if I'm in my car and I say something like, navigate to Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, the system can come back and say, I see you're navigating to the stadium. Do you want me to find a parking garage that's nearby? And if I say yes, the system can then say, great, here's the parking lot at this spot. Would you like to reserve a space? And I could say, yes, I would like to do that. And so this creates an experience that actually enhanced my driving. I might not have thought about finding parking at the stadium when I'm going for some event there, but now I suddenly don't have to worry about that, and it's taken care of for me. Similarly, if I'm sitting down in front of my TV, the TV can pop up and say, I see you're about to watch a pay-per-view movie. Would you be interested in ordering dinner for delivery? And it's very easy for me to say no, but I could also say, yeah, what type of food can I order? And I can get a list that can be provided by SoundHound in partnership with our partner to provide something that really shows value to the user and gives them the ability to see something that's different than what they would have expected, and creates an exciting opportunity for the brand to actually get money from the voice assistant. So it no longer needs to be looked at as a cost center and can be looked at as a future revenue generator. And these are, some of the areas where SoundHound is really investing a lot of time, is looking at this monetization capability and how do we actually provide this to the user? How do we do it in a way, as I said, that's not intrusive, but actually the customers appreciate? And thank you very much.
Darren, that was great. I'm going to hit reclaim host. So thank you for taking the time. And yeah, I didn't see you in Florida, but that's on me. I was running around.
You were running around a little bit, I noticed. But
hopefully you enjoyed yourself down there and got a breath of the sea air, something special about that. Thank you for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide today. And when you get back into, when I'm making an attendee, you got a gentleman in the chat asking you about solutions in the automotive domain. That's a longer answer.
Sure.
And so I'll let you, make sure to throw your email down there so he can find you and engage with him there. Darren,
that sounds good.
much.
Thanks again, Bradley.
You got it. So I'm going to put you as attendee. Next up, we have Voiceify and Alex Dunn. I'm going to promote you.
Hey, okay, we're here.
Alex, how are you?
Great, how's it going, Bradley?
Good to see you. Thanks to you and Voiceify for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us. I'm going to make you host.
Great, and I'll try not to end the meeting.
that was mildly amusing and also alarming because I didn't know if it was going to let me restart it. Fortunately, Zoom had thought of that, and I was able to do it. But
awesome. Okay, it looks like I'm getting a generic error when trying to share my screen, so I might need to restart Zoom here real quick.
Okay, all right. Now, before you do that, so I just hit reclaim host.
Okay, yeah. So
that's exactly how it happened.
I didn't just click the button. How ironic would it be if I was like, I promise not to do it. Bye, everyone.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I tell you what, restart Zoom.
Yep.
Otto from Speechly is here. I'm going to call on him next. When you come back in, I'll call on you after that. Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, so we'll see you soon. All right, so we will call an audible here. And Otto with Speechly, I'm going to go to you next. Otto, can you hear and see me? If you can, you're on mute.
Yes, I can. Hello, can you see me, Bradley?
Yes, how are you?
Very good, very good. Greetings from the dark Finland.
Yeah, hey, we appreciate you taking the time. What time is it over there?
It's only 6 p.m. so it's fine. It's still business hours for a startup entrepreneur.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're way past quitting time, Otto. Who are we kidding? It was great to see Colin in Florida. He did a great job representing Speechly. Thank you for being here today. I'm going to make you host so you can share your screen.
Sounds great. Looking forward. Thanks for having us.
You got it.
So I'm trying to share my screen.
So, oh, there you go. That fixed it. Otto, thanks to you and Speechly for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide.
Thanks, Bradley. Great to be here. So hello, everybody. I'm Otto. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Speechly. My background is a tech entrepreneur who's been passionate about AI for 2 decades already. And prior to founding Speechly, I did a career in management consulting, where I founded the leading digital management consultancy in the Nordics. And after growing and internationalizing it, I sold it off to a bigger chain. But for today's topic, let's talk about voice technology. And when you think of voice technology, I bet the first thing you think of is assistants and conversations. They have really occupied a huge amount of the mindshare around these technologies. But there is actually an even a bigger opportunity for voice technology, and that's the topic I'm here to speak to you today. But before going to that topic, a quick summary of Speechly. So Speechly is the fast, accurate, and simple voice interface API for web, mobile, and e-commerce. And we allow developers to easily add voice features as part of their existing websites and applications with real-time spoken language understanding capabilities. So we focus on direct voice UIs rather than conversational experiences. So when it comes to voice technology, people often talk about the promise of conversational experiences. But if you really look at voice-enabled experiences today, you probably noticed that the more conversational they become, the more complex they also become. And to illustrate this, if you look at the top use cases for voice technologies, think about what they are. It's basically, setting alarms, playing music, checking the weather. And what's really common about all of these use cases is the fact that the user just wants to complete a task and do it as fast as possible and not engage in a conversation. So from a conversational perspective, the most used conversational use cases are actually single-turn conversations. And this really illustrates where users see the value of voice technology today. So we as an industry should really ask ourselves, what are the users really trying to achieve, and how can we help them achieve this as efficiently and elegantly as possible, of course, using our amazing voice technologies. So at Speechly, driven by these questions, we've developed an alternative paradigm for voice UIs that really focuses on a direct interaction rather than a conversation. And in a Speechly world, the focus is really on solving the user's task as efficiently and easy as possible. And voice is always used together with other modalities like typing and swiping in a smooth, natural, and intuitive way. And developers are also given as powerful tools as the big tech has, but with full control of the experience, data, and branding. And to illustrate this, which might be a bit hard to get with only words, I'm going to show you some examples. So here's some examples. So starting from the B2C side and the simple task of grocery ordering. And when I'm showing these demos, please notice how actually when you focus on how to solve the user's task in the most easy and efficient way, you're actually able to eliminate the need for having a conversation. And please pay attention specifically to how the system gives real-time visual feedback to the user while they are interacting with the system, and how the interaction is actually a multimodal one. So here's the first example.
Apples, fair trade coffee, organic oranges, free range eggs, bread, orange juice. Let's change up the bread. Whole grain looks good. Let's check out.
And in this demo, you can really see the benefit of a multimodal approach. Imagine trying to change the bread with a conversation. It's just so much easier and intuitive to tap and swipe. But if you're really focusing on only creating conversational experiences, these small usability things can easily be overlooked. Now, let's look at another example of what direct voice UIs can do. So this is from the B2C side, and it's all about form filling. And forms are everywhere, like e-commerce, and they can be really, really tedious. But what if you could actually fill out these forms on any website or applications easily with your voice? Let's see how that could work in practice.
Email colin@speechly.com. Address 345 North Harbor Drive. Credit card number 5745 3291 1765 4320. CVC 236. Expiration date November 2026.
So in this demo, you could really see how the ability to get real-time visual feedback gives the user the confidence to finalize executing this complex utterance. Let's take another example. So this is now more from the enterprise space, and quite surprisingly, we've actually seen tremendous amounts of interest from the enterprise side for voice applications focusing on making professionals more efficient and effective in their work. So let's see what a direct voice UI could mean for sales professionals.
Phone +1 312 983 0743. Email edwin.collins@acme.com. Deal size 60 kilos. Probability 70%. Set stage to proposal. Notes: Edwin was very interested in our solution for the web. Had problems integrating existing solutions. Will decide by next month. John Brown was mentioned as the technical contact point. His email is john.brown@acme.com. Tasks: send Edwin the deck by next Monday. Book a meeting with John Brown by next Tuesday.
Imagine having to capture all of this information in a conversational manner. I would absolutely get frustrated. But when voice is used as an interface, capturing such a complex set of structured data becomes really fast and easy. And by the way, did you notice that Speechly doesn't do only speech to text, but entities are extracted in real time, which allows for the developers triggering of the downstream tasks to be instant. So here's another example, and this is the final one, I promise. I know there's quite many demos, but seeing is believing. This is from the supply chain domain, and this is a use case that often is referred to as voice picking. So here goes.
Pallet ID 975-34291. Platform type chat. Lot number 74. Date next week Monday. TI count 33. High count 20. Top 17.
Again, in this case, providing the users with real-time visual feedback while they're speaking gives them the confidence to actually go on with very long utterances in a very fast and efficient way. So I hope that these demos gave you a practical understanding of what we mean when we talk about direct voice UIs and how they are different than traditional conversational experiences. To summarize, Speechly is the fast, accurate, and simple voice interface API for web, mobile, and e-commerce. And we believe that the best opportunities for voice are rather in the direct voice UIs focusing on the user's task instead of a conversational experience. At Speechly, our mission is to change how people interact with technology using their voice. And to realize this mission, we built a suite of tools for designers, of developers of all different levels to easily build voice-enabled experiences with Speechly. So at the heart of our technology is our SaaS platform that is powered by our spoken language understanding technology developed by our machine learning PhDs who have been building Siri at Apple and Alexa at Amazon. We've then built client integration libraries, making it very easy to add voice features into basically any platform really fast. And we also have ready-made UI components, making building voice-enabled UIs across platforms super fast and easy. And all of this one is open source available on GitHub. So developers can go check it out from there. So I hope you enjoyed this one, and I hope this gave you some new ideas of what you can really build with voice technology. If you have any questions, or if you have an idea, if you have a proof of concept you want to prove, then feel free to reach out to me at otto@speechly.com or through LinkedIn or Twitter. And of course, stay up to date with Speechly, following our Twitter and our LinkedIn pages, and also join the voice interface in Clubhouse to stay up to date with the latest discussions, where we're actually, as we speak, having a super interesting discussion about natural language understanding. So thanks everybody, and thanks Bradley for having us.
Otto, that was great. I'm gonna hit reclaim host, and I'm gonna hit stop sharing. Yeah, thanks for taking the time. That's a great demo, a great presentation that you shared. I'm going to put you back as attendee. When I do, take note in the chat of the event that Sanjeev from Connected Living was asking to connect with you. So don't miss him, and connect with him once you're there. Otto, thanks to you and Speechly for being part of Project VoiceX earlier in the week, Project VoiceX Worldwide today.
Excellent. Thank you, Bradley. Thank you, everybody.
You got it. So I'm putting you back as attendee. So we've gotten our order a little flip-flopped, but we'll get back in the order. We're going to go back to Alex Dunn of Voiceify, then ReadSpeaker, then Lenovo, then Google, if you're keeping track at home. So Alex Dunn from Voiceify is up next. I'm going to promote him.
All right, shall we try this again?
Yeah, Alex, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Good to see you again. Long time no see.
Yeah, I know. It's been a whole like 20 minutes. It's great.
I'm going to make you host.
Awesome.
We'll see if you can share your screen.
Yes, looks like this should actually work this time. How's that look?
It looks great. Alex, thanks to you and Voiceify for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us.
Yeah, thanks, Bradley, and big fan so far of all the other presentations from Microsoft and SoundHound and Speechly. I think we'll see some similarities here as well. But I'm Alex Dunn. I'm the Chief Product Officer at Voiceify, where we make it as easy as we possibly can to build personal integrated ambient assistants. You may find me on the internet not just as Alex Dunn, but as Suave Pirate, because I have a very basic name and it's very hard to build an internet presence with a name like Alex Dunn. So I used a name generator a while back that I built as a kid to get Suave Pirate. So if you need to find me afterwards, I'll be on the internet, on Twitter, GitHub, LinkedIn, what have you, as Suave Pirate, or you can always email me as adunn@voiceify.com. So, when we talk about ambient assistants, there's a lot of existing sort of voice channel platforms out there. We all sort of know these between Alexa, Google Assistant, and Bixby. And then, of course, the sort of rise of custom voice experiences and voice assistants, chatbots, et cetera. A lot of this, a lot of you probably already know, but each of these assistant platforms, sort of sans custom assistant, usually come with a lot of first-party features, setting alarms, playing music, things like that you don't necessarily control as the brand. And then there's these third-party skills, actions, capsules, apps, chatbots, et cetera, on each of these platforms that allow you to get some of that control. Eric had mentioned things like being able to ask questions from a specific brand and not being able to get those answers. We've all sort of seen that. And not just within the third-party skills that brands are missing, but then also the experiences that they have to control on every different type of device out there across all these platforms. And basically, this is where Voiceify sort of sits as the sort of center of each of the native platforms to then be able to build your own custom experiences and make them as rich and sort of highest value you can on every different type of device without having to control every conversation turn, every little thing you need to worry about, every image that you need, all the different APL templates you need on Alexa, and so on. But outside the sort of three major voice assistants that we see in the space with third-party dev platforms anyway, we've been seeing this big rise in the demand for custom voice assistants. And I believe, SoundHound had already made mention of the exact same thing. I'm glad we're seeing the market the same way. And there's a lot that you can do in what just a sort of concept of custom voice assistant or custom voice experience. It support chatbot on a website all the way to Speechly style implementations that aren't conversational but are using voice experiences to make things significantly easier on web and mobile. And where we try to sit is somewhere sort of in between, where we can help you build more dynamic and useful conversational experiences, but it's not dependent on being a conversation as well. And you can bring your own ASR or use stuff that's sort of out of the box with the platform too. Where we sit more specifically in the market is in the enterprise space. So we work to operationalize the implementations of these custom assistants of first-party apps and things like that, like Alexa skills. On the left are some of our brand's customers. And essentially, conceptually, what you do is build a single assistant or a single app on Voiceify, a single experience, and make that readily available on any different conversational platform. And even from like Azure Bot Service, any of those sub-channels, so you can build your Twilio bots, build your Azure Bot Service, web chat bots, build your Teams bots, Slack bots, same thing with Dialogflow. all those other distribution platforms, we can basically sit behind first party and manage for you in an ongoing basis. So you don't have to redeploy every time you want to make a change or build one app that's turned into an Alexa skill and then one that's turned into your chatbot. You can build it once and make sure the experience is ideal for each of those platforms. There's over 8,000 apps or assistants built on the platform. Of that, there's some 5,000 that are turned into Dialogflow agents, and in the end, it's in the tens of thousands of actual usable conversational experiences across these platforms that are servicing hundreds of millions of conversations each year across the wide range of devices. But this is still just sort of talking generally about voice experiences. I mentioned earlier, we work on personal, integrated, ambient experiences with assistants. And a big part of that is key integrations that are turnkey and don't require development in order to implement. And we focus mostly around the sort of customer journey. And this is not everyone has the same customer journey for their experiences, but we sort of focused on this model from awareness to engagement to product search and evaluation to moment of purchase to delivery to usage and loyalty and sort of back around, where we've made select partnerships along the way to have first party out of the box integrations from Yext to Sitecore and Episerver and Optimizely and Salesforce Marketing Cloud to Coveo to Amazon Pay, Google Pay, Shopify, Attentive, Narvar, package tracking, and so on, in order to allow our users to be able to pull in their existing systems in ways that make sense and not have to worry about, at this specific part of the conversation, I need to do this specific thing and get this data from this place, but instead be able to turn on these sort of optimal experiences. And then when we get into sort of the external channels outside of Alexa, Google, and Bixby, we also do support first party, a number of other chat platforms, including anything that's on Dialogflow or bot service, but also some independent through our custom assistant services and APIs. And then beyond that, what we've been focused on lately is going past just having the conversation there and making it personal and truly cross-channel and ambient. When people start to talk to your brand, they expect to be able to talk to it anywhere, not just I use the Alexa skill for brand X versus I use the Google action for brand X. If I have both, I want to be able to talk to both, and I want it to know it's me no matter what, and that experience I have is unique to me. And so we have a number of features sort of behind the scenes that are bridging that behavior, helping you segment users and do that across all of these different channels as well. Generally speaking, the platform sort of process essentially looks like this. You create your voice assistant, use pre-existing features and modules. It is entirely customizable still. We also have an open API layer where people can automate the generation of assistants based off of their own use cases. You deploy that assistant to any of those given channels like we've already talked about, and then you're managing it in an ongoing real-time basis with more of a CMS style interface that's more familiar to content marketers and things like that. Think of like a WordPress or a Sitecore or an Episerver rather than this sort of giant canvas of spaghetti to be able to make edits in the right place at the right time, and then also continue to use our open API layer. Beyond that, all the conversations that happened, we're tracking all of that data, normalizing it, keeping all of the sort of original abstracted data, sans any PII, and turning these into lovely dashboards as well as other integrations. So you can have every turn of your conversation be sent to your third-party custom analytics platform and sort of manage it in whatever way that you want. To speak a little bit more specifically about the feature sets and the areas we focus on within our content management system, you notice in this first screenshot, it's more sort of folder and structure based. You're not necessarily pigeonholed into decision trees, although you can certainly build that way. We've got easy to use visual XML editors, media library management, turn management, connections management, webhook management, all that stuff, and the ability to preview those experiences across any different type of device you want before it's even been deployed. So you want to see what this book a test drive conversation looks like on an Echo Show or a Fire TV before you've even created the Alexa skill, you can do that as well. We also have those automated deployments. So you build that app once, deploy to many platforms, and we keep those things updated in real time. It's not so much like a deployment as much as it's like a linking. So you would link to an Alexa skill that Voiceify would generate for you. Any changes you're making in the platform update in real time without having to even update the underlying interaction model from Alexa. That's true for all the platforms we support as well. Then we have webhooks and integrations, including SDKs for developers where you need to get very nitty gritty. The main goal of this is like turn on these experiences within 30 minutes or less, but not have to sort of say, well, you can't customize where you don't want to. So we want to not stand in the way. but be able to support those different use cases. You can create webhooks that are just for this one turn in the conversation. I want to fire this one thing and make this one customization. You can attach it to a sort of selection of items. You can attach it to your entire app if you really want to take control over it. But we focus mostly on that developer experience without having to learn to be a conversational or a voice developer. You can be just a RESTful API developer that knows how to receive data and get data back and sort of make it work from there. Next, we have our modules marketplace. This is where we have pre-built templates, pre-built integrations, and full end-to-end solutions that we sort of have been calling the dominoes of voice assistants with 30 minutes or less implementations of real integrated, deep experiences, not the sort of happy path that you now have to go sort of figure out where you need to tie in that data or where you need to sort of handle fallback situations. And these also range from basically like, you know, you can see on the top left, like a 3-step product setup, very easy, all the way to building an entire sort of Twilio call center implementation. And all of this is done by just filling out a basic form. Developers and implementers within the CMS can also build their own modules. But I want to sort of clarify that these aren't just like templates or starter kits like you see in other platforms. These aren't like blueprints. These are ways to actually implement the assistant. They come with all the integrations out of the box, but it's not to say that it's a black box. Basically, where Voiceify sits is right in between what we see in the market of manual conversation design. I got to handle every turn. You know, you see all the many different sort of flow builders out there, to the black box AI models that, you know, like a GPT-3, where you just feed it some information, you have no control over what's going to actually be output. And we like to sit in this sort of nice in between, and that's where modules really come in handy, where we can be the black box that auto generates a very high fidelity, high scale assistant, but still let you get into the nitty gritty if you need to, make the small tweaks, but not have to. Lastly, we have those, like I mentioned, analytics, where we focus on the sort of breakdowns and dashboards and things like that you'd expect. How many interactions am I having, on what devices, on what platforms, but also showing you the actual sessions that happened across the different flows to be able to identify fall off points in conversations, where people were getting aggravated with sentiment analysis, and even viewing sample transcripts of that conversation, again, sans any PII. You know, our main goal here is to be able to say, like, I need to know how my app is performing or how my assistant is performing, but I also want to know, you know, what people on Alexa screen-based devices speaking Spanish using said X, you know, last Wednesday, to be able to get there in sort of like 30 seconds very easily. That's the sort of platform in the area that we focus on building the personalized experiences. Yeah, I could spend a whole nother 30 minutes talking about our personalization engine, but I wanted to highlight again some of our key customers that we love to work with. We play a lot in the retail media space, in liquors and spirits and foods, to healthcare and financial services globally. So we do have a global presence, not just here in the United States, but also in Europe and Canada, in South America, and so on. And you're not alone when you get into the platform. We all have around, I think, 90 agency partners that are trained to use the global partners like Ogilvy, VMLY&R, to more national partners that sort of focus in the US area, to more niche partners that are really, really good at the voice experience side, from people like Rain that we all sort of, you know in the voice space, to Vixen Labs and so on. So that's everything as fast as I could get through Voiceify. Feel free to reach out to me again at aid@voiceify.com or find me on Twitter or anywhere else. And thank you for letting me blitz through that.
Alex, yeah, that was great. I'm going to hit reclaim host, and I'm going to say stop sharing. Yeah, that's a great, those are some great slides to see all the folks that y'all have worked with. That's a nice way to put an exclamation mark on that. Thanks to you and Voiceify for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide.
Yeah, thanks, Bradley.
You got it. So I'm going to put you back as attendee. And next up, we have ReadSpeaker. And so I'm going to call Nate Murray up to join me here. And Nate, if you can hear me. Oh, there you go.
Hey, Bradley, can you hear me?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm well. I'm back in dreary and gray Massachusetts after a couple of days in Fort Walton Beach at Project Voice. It was a great show. Thanks for having us.
The weather for Project VoiceX couldn't have gotten much better. We got lucky with that. Thanks to you and ReadSpeaker for not only being at Project VoiceX earlier in the week, but at Project VoiceX Worldwide right now. I'm going to make you host, which will let you share your slides.
So let me make sure I can. All right, are you seeing my screen?
Yes, that looks great. And yep,
How's
that's
that?
perfect. Nate, thanks to you and ReadSpeaker for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us.
Thanks so much, Bradley. And thanks again for putting on such a great event. I know how much work goes into it, but it was great, not just to be in Florida, but actually at an event, seeing people face to face, talking to people that we haven't seen in a while, new faces. So it was really great. And so, you know, what I'm here to do today is basically give a condensed version of the presentation we did back in on Tuesday, I believe. So my colleague, Carrie Roberts, talked a little bit about ReadSpeaker, gave some use cases that we had worked on, and then sort of finished off with a sample. And I'm going to follow that same format, but obviously in this sort of condensed time frame. So just for those of you who don't know about ReadSpeaker, I'm actually the marketing director for North America for ReadSpeaker and our new ReadSpeaker.ai sub-brand, which is a brand that we established at the beginning of this year, and I'll get to in a little bit. But ReadSpeaker is a 20-year-old company. We focus solely on text-to-speech. And we've been around for obviously almost since the beginning of the internet. We were founded by Fredrik Larsson and Nicholas Lidstrom, who are over in Sweden. Fredrik is actually blind. And he experienced the internet back in the early days, like mid to late 90s, and realized, all right, I need to create something that allows people with my condition to experience what I just experienced. So he and Nicholas started, they created text-to-speech, or created a text-to-speech engine, brought the business or created the business around voice enabling municipal websites, websites and brands that were concerned with accessibility. We then expanded into education, making sure that we were servicing kids with learning disabilities, cognitive disabilities, visual impairments. So any content from, you know, an assignment to a quiz inside of a learning management system, that's really where we made our bones. Over, you know, the last 20 years, we've grown throughout the globe. So we right now have about 15 offices that serve 65 different countries. So obviously that requires a need to have languages for all of those countries and locales. We've got, you know, a huge library of existing TTS voices there for brands and enterprises to choose from. But we realized that, you know, the long form content that we had been focusing on didn't necessarily translate as well to this new voice first economy, or this voice first world. So about 4 months ago, we really needed to bring to market sort of our new DNN voices, which were more conversational in style, different quality. And we created the ReadSpeaker AI sub-brand. So ReadSpeaker AI focuses solely on conversational AI and speaking to sort of this new world. So it strives with ReadSpeaker AI, we really strive to be the #1 independent text-to-speech provider for brands and enterprises. And one kind of qualification is that that's custom text-to-speech. Because what we're seeing is that, you know, it's sort of the Wild West a little bit. You know, people are trying to figure out, okay, what's our voice strategy? How do we get our brand out there? What do we need? You know, we totally aligned with kind of the Voiceify and SoundHound mentality, is that, you know, we all owe a debt of gratitude for Amazon and Google for kind of breaking down the barriers and introducing voice through smart speakers to the masses. But brands don't want to always give their equity to the skill or action that's kind of deployed through the native smart speaker. So we really take a sort of a partnership approach. You know, that's not only working with people who are better at doing other things than us, you know, people who are creating conversational AI or you know, ASR. We really do focus solely on text to speech. So I'm just going to give you a couple examples of how our text to speech is used. One thing that really differentiates ReadSpeaker is that we can deploy your solution, your voice, pretty much anywhere. So whether it's on a device, whether it's on a server, whether it's through the cloud, or all of the above, we can create a voice that can be used to fit your needs. So, one of the things that we talked about down in Project Voice was the voice that we created for Spotify. This is obviously a pretty big company. They created this this device that allows you to use Spotify in the car. We created we worked closely with them to create a voice that really spoke to their users, represented their brand, that was on brand, represented their values. And they really liked, when we were going through the process of kind of working with them, that we had a broad range of natural sounding voices, that we had DNN technology so that we could create voices quickly, and that we were both embedded and cloud-based. So, that's one kind of thing that we see more and more, is that it's not always enough just to have a cloud-based solution. You really have to have this kind of broad deployment offering. And then we also, on the American side, on this side of the pond, so we work with Lockheed Martin in creating a voice that they use in their F-35 jet training module. So this is a pretty sophisticated piece of technology. There were some hurdles to get through there, but we were able to create an embedded solution that they use when they're training fighter pilots in this, this $800 million project. They really, with Lockheed, one of the things that was really critical was that it had to be secure. This is a big governmental provider, contractor, so they knew that any data that kind of flew through the system had to be kept in-house, and that's something that ReadSpeaker believes in strongly. We're not selling your data, we're not using your data to advance our own ecosystem. What's yours is yours, and so we are very, very data agnostic. We worked previously in classified environments as part of our old days. Worked with a lot of governments over on the United States side of the pond on accessibility solutions, but again, it really helped to have that kind of in our back pocket. And then obviously they wanted to have a voice that was the right fidelity. These environments can be a little bit lifelike and a little bit noisy, so they wanted to make sure that our voices had the right quality, both from a speaking perspective, but also an auditory perspective. And then Bowl.com, which was in a really kind of where we see probably the future. They came to us to create a voice for their custom assistant. Bol.com is a e-tailer in the Netherlands. They really, really liked our Dutch voices. We had some good samples to show, but they really wanted to create one that was unique to Bol.com, something that they felt represented their brand and their values, and that would speak to their audience. We work with them with our VoiceLab. That's something that we also released earlier this year, and that really gives kind of brands and enterprises access to our linguists and all the sort of the great behind the scenes people that make ReadSpeaker work so well. Obviously it has to be human-like, you have to have the right technology stack. They kind of came to us for that. And I also think that they really like this customer-oriented approach. That's how we really see everyone we work with as partners. We know that they're going to need support both before deployment, during deployment, and after. So we work with Bol.com and came up with a great product. And then finally, I just want to leave you with a little bit of an example of sort of where the voices are heading. Text to speech. I've been with ReadSpeaker for about 2 years, and the advancements. I think we were still on the tail end of using unit selection, which is sort of an older technology. We've now moved to fully DNN, and you just see this meteoric rise in the quality of voices. And I'm going to play for you a sample, and I really hope it works. I tested beforehand, so I'm going to have my fingers crossed. But this is Adam. So this happens to be a British male voice. Adam kind of represents where the next sort of level of voices are heading. Where we see this is happening in not only your digital assistants, but in your call centers, in your games. We're going to be at Voice of Gaming in December. Big event for us. Can't wait to be a part of it. But this is sort of the next level of lifelike human sort of adaptive voices. And when I play the sample, technology willing, you're going to hear a little bit of what Adam is capable of. And this is all things that can be added very, very easily. He can speak with emotion, he can speak with intonation, he can speak with emphasis, so you're basically able to create on the fly a voice that takes on true lifelike characteristics. On top of that, you're layering paralinguistic features like yawning or coughing or even, a little sniffle. So without further ado, I'm going to play this sample, and Bradley, I'm going to rely on you to tell me that you can hear it.
This is my normal speaking style, but I can also sound apologetic or really angry, and I can even whisper. I can also emphasize words. This is not what I meant. This is not what I meant. I can also speak in a wildly varying style, using the intonation feature. Or I can do the opposite, speaking with almost no melodic variance, which sounds quite robotic.
I can also change the tone of my voice without changing its pitch,
using the form and shifting feature. Lastly, using the paralinguistic or SFX files, I can, for example, yawn, cry, or laugh. Thanks for listening.
So as you can hear, there's a varying set of features that you can kind of apply to a voice. And, again, Adam is a British English voice, but with the new models that we've trained, this voice could actually speak Spanish. So, this is one of our multilingual features, which is obviously, so we see this a lot in call centers, where you have to accommodate many different users. People want to hear, if not in their native tongue, but in their native accents. And this is all something that we've worked on over the last few months to release to the market. So that's all I have for now. Hopefully that I was able to stay on time, but I really, again, it was great to be at Project Voice. I appreciate the opportunity to be both there and here on Project Voice Worldwide. If you need or questions answered or you'd like anything from me, you can find us all on social media. Just search Twitter, ReadSpeaker on LinkedIn, Twitter, or Facebook. So thanks a lot, Bradley. And looking forward to seeing you at Voice of Money and Voice of Gaming.
Yeah, they're going to be great. Nate, appreciate you. I'm going to hit reclaim host here, and then I'm going to hit stop sharing right there. Yeah, look, y'all are doing great work, and it's going to be fun to do these 2 remaining in-person events over the rest of the calendar year. And definitely looking forward to Voice of Gaming. That's a new one for us down there in Austin, and glad to have you all part of that too. Thank you for making the time for Project VoiceX Worldwide today. Appreciate you, Nate. I'm going to make you attendee right there. And next up, we have the folks from Lenovo. So I'm going to promote Andy Hughes up here. Andy, how are you? If you can hear me, you're on mute.
All right. Can you hear me this morning or this afternoon?
Yeah. How are you?
I'm doing great. Back from Florida. That was an awesome experience. I'm so glad you invited me to participate in Project VoiceX. It was an amazing community. They were so welcoming and kind, and even though I'm a brand new player in the voice AI industry, I already feel like I'm part of your family.
Well, look, it was a pleasure to have you be part of it, and it was such a fun time. It was casual, it was laid back, it was valuable, it was informative. It was everything that we were hoping it would be, and you were a big part of that. So thank you for being there and being part of it.
Oh, you're so sweet to say that. Well, thank you so much. I'm back in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm wearing my pearls because we are in the World Series, and this is kind of our thing. Everybody wears pearls to support the Braves these days. But I just want to introduce myself. I'm fairly new to Lenovo, and my role as head of AI for North America. but really I'm more of an AI evangelist. I have the unique opportunity to inspire senior executives in retail, QSR, logistics, and manufacturing on how to think differently about how they can leverage artificial intelligence to increase visibility into their operations, make smarter decisions, and enhance customer experience. So I really enjoy my job, and I'd like to share that passion with you today.
Sure, and we'll just do this fireside chat style, and it'll just give people an opportunity to get to know you and get a sense of who you are and what Lenovo's doing.
Great, great.
So your exact title for Lenovo is what?
Is head of AI for North America.
Okay, great. And so why is AI exploding?
Wow, that's a great question. I get asked that a lot, but you know, I would turn that back on you and say, Bradley, what's one thing that you think all disruptive players have in common?
From a tech company standpoint?
Exactly.
Looking to decrease costs and increase efficiency.
Absolutely, right? It's a need for speed. You know, almost everybody I talk to is like, Andy, how can we speed this up? How can we take cost out and increase efficiency? And that's exactly what AI does. It gives you that competitive edge. So it also is really great at improving the customer experience. One of my customers is Kroger, for example, in their self-checkout line, and AI helps that whole process run a lot smoother using computer vision. Another reason that AI is absolutely exploding is our labor shortage. Not only is it really hard to find labor these days, but the turnover rate is about 30%. I mean, honestly, who aspires to be a dishwasher? So these people are just coming into a job and then a few months later leaving again. So what we need to do is take these type of jobs and either make them a lot more interesting or eliminate them entirely so people can do more meaningful work. AI is also exploding because it really pays for itself in months. I mean, it's incredible how quickly the ROI is on an AI solution. My customers are actually like delighted about what's going on with their use cases. And I'd say last of all, a lot of people feel like, you know, AI is this difficult future, you know, entity that, you know, in the future on our roadmap, we'll do artificial intelligence. But what I try to encourage them is it's easy. We make it really easy as your technology partner. We bring all the folks together that you need to enable a solution. So I would highly encourage people if they're considering it to just move forward right now. You won't regret it.
So when we were in Florida, you spoke about edge computing being part of your purview at Lenovo. That's obviously something Lenovo is thinking about. What is edge computing and how does conversational AI fit in?
Right, great question. So let's just start out with what is the edge? Is that some like secret word that Lenovo uses? Absolutely not. All it means is that it's really on premise. They're devices that are actually in the store or the restaurant or the distribution center or your manufacturing site. So it's actually on premise versus in the cloud. Why do we do that? Well, rather than send all of the data that's collected by the IoT sensors and the cameras to the cloud, edge computing processes all of that on premise, right? All of it within your local network, and then only the relevant data is sent to the cloud. So why do we do it this way? Why are all of the conversational voice AI applications at the edge? To reduce latency. You need microsecond latency to have immediate responsiveness. So you can't go to the cloud and wait for it to come back and hope that there's no, you know, bandwidth issues and so forth. I do want to share with you that the cloud by 2025, according to Gartner, is supposed to be 4 times larger. The edge is supposed to be 4 times larger than the cloud, and it's supposed to generate 75% of the world's data. So Bradley, I feel very secure in my job because edge computing is absolutely going to explode. So that's what the edge is. And why is it important specifically in conversational or voice AI is because of those latency issues. And also, I just closed a giant quick service restaurant chain. And let's think about, you know, when you're doing drive-through NLP voice to text, what's important to that particular restaurant? Well, that device is going to have to go into the manager's office. And so it needs to be small. So edge computing devices are really just a little bit bigger than my hands. They're kind of like a a little bit larger than a laptop. So that would go into the manager's office in a quick serve restaurant. And so what does it need to be? It needs to be quiet, right? They don't want that acoustical buzz in their ear. It also needs to be, it needs to cool itself. It can't be a very hot device. It's going to, increase the temperature within that office. It needs to be very rugged and reliable. And it also needs to have security. So we have our Think Shield security protection built right into the edge devices. And it needs to be low cost as well.
Cool. So yeah, no, that's a great synopsis of that. What are the challenges and the unique requirements that you're seeing related to edge computing?
Yeah, there are quite a few challenges. So if you think about like a quick service restaurant, or you think about a retail operations, the ones we run into most often are space. I mean, it's, sometimes it's just the size of like a tiny restroom, right? Is the office where all of the computer equipment has to be. So you really need a small footprint. And what's happening is so many AI-enabled solutions are going to the edge now instead of in the cloud. And a server typically only holds like one solution. So maybe 20 cameras worth of data go into that server. But what's happening is there's so many new solutions, like the one at the QSR that we're just deploying is when you drive into the drive-through, it's natural language processing, voice to text. But now, what if I want to do, say, suggestive selling? Or what if I want to do license plate recognition or other types of AI-enabled solutions? You don't want to have to use an additional server, right? We don't want to have multiple servers in that office. So Lenovo's coming out on December 6th with a brand new server. I can't tell you the name yet, Bradley, but it's the first in the market that can do multiple solutions on the exact same server. So you can put all of your AI into that one device. So I'm really excited about that deployment because that'll really help with that space issue. And as I mentioned before, we want to be really careful with acoustics and pitch, that it doesn't make some icky noise that's totally annoying the people in that office. I have temperature issues. Some of my retail operations in, say, South America, definitely not a clean room setting where the servers are. And it can be over 100 degrees and very dirty. So they really have to be rugged devices. And then, I guess what it says is you have to understand the customer, the voice of the customer and what they need in their operations. And that's what we can help you with.
Awesome. Yeah. So this is great just to get a sense of you and Lenovo. I'll ask you one more question. So what do you and Lenovo, how do you think about the voice and AI community? What do you have to offer the voice and AI community? Talk to me about your thoughts with that.
Okay. First of all, I love the voice AI community. After my week in Florida with the group, I just feel like I'm part of your family already. So I think we all have a lot to offer each other, and I love the way that they all interact and support each other. But why is Lenovo in the picture? Well, it's, the answer to that question is something I'm so passionate about. And that is that we truly have to act as a technology ecosystem. It's so different from a typical server sale where, they just place a PO and, we bid on it. AI solutions involve multiple players. And the folks that I work with are typically the ISVs, which stand for independent software vendors. They are like the secret sauce of the brains behind the operation. But without the GPU and CPU combination, you can't make it happen. So, we're working with people like NVIDIA and Intel to determine what is the ideal GPU that you need and what is the ideal CPU that you need. And then they actually support me, even on the pricing side, to close new pieces of business. So I can share that cost savings with you as well. And then, I have those relationships with the end users, with the companies to find out that voice of customer and design our devices around the needs of retail or QSR or logistics or manufacturing. So when we all work together, it's a much more powerful combination. And I can also design, we can just optimize the software platform on our edge device. And we do that at our AI centers of excellence. We have 4 around the world, and we fund your POCs. We give you a free loaner equipment, and we give you all the data as well. Like, how does our how are our ML-perf numbers versus, say other servers, for example, and you can share that with your end use customer. So not only that AI expertise and the innovation center, but I also want to share with you, like, look at all the supply chain issues right now. I mean, everything from toilet paper to computer chips, right? It's all on back order. How do you know that once you deploy your solution and you close this big deal and you get the PO, that you're even going to be able to deliver? We're a $60 billion company with a footprint in 185 countries, and we recently won Gartner's top 25 supply chain. So we're a trusted partner that you're going to be able to deliver and deploy that solution across the globe. So those are some of the advantages of working directly with a company like Lenovo on an AI solution.
Well, look, there's no question you're part of the family now. So we got that out of the way earlier this week. It's been a pleasure to meet you, meet your partner Robert as well, learn more about all that Lenovo is doing. So before I let you go, how many runs are the Braves going to win by tonight?
Let's see. I'm going to guess 6. I'm going to be optimistic.
That'll
6
work.
Runs. Yes.
Yeah.
And the series will end in Atlanta. We aren't going back. We aren't going back to the Astros.
I like that. I like that. I like that. Yeah, that's great. Andy, thanks to you and Lenovo for taking the time, being part of Project VoiceX earlier in the week, being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide now. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you. It was my pleasure, Bradley. So nice to meet you and your team. I can't wait till our next event.
Thank you very much. And also, one more thing, I'm going to put you back as attendee.
All right.
Once I do, put your information, website, contact information, whatever you want in there so people know how to reach you, okay?
Absolutely. Thanks for the opportunity.
You got it. Thanks, Andy. We're going to roll on. And next up is Google. And we've got 2 folks, and I'm going to promote them both here. So you can hear the super interesting project that Google is working on as part of their Next Billion Users initiative. And Melissa, you should be with me. If you can hear me, there you go. You're off mute.
Great. Hi.
How are you?
Hi, Bradley. How are you?
Doing fine, Melissa. Thank you and Elise and Google for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having us. Obviously, very jealous hearing about everybody's time in Florida, and I'm very, very bullish that we will be there next time. So, but we nonetheless really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today.
Yeah, we look forward to that. So I have promoted Elise, and it looks like she maybe is in the process of joining. Let me
it seems like she's having a bit of an issue. Is there a way to add her perhaps?
Possibly. Let me see. I can, if I put her back as attendee, and then let me.
Sure.
And it is the right Elise, right? There's only one Elise in the room. Yeah. Okay, making sure.
It must be.
Because I have promoted unsuspecting people before, thinking that they were somebody that they weren't. All right, so let me see.
Sure.
So she's here with us, and we'll see if her mic comes on. Usually, if the mic's not showing, she's trying to join, or something like that. Now, if worse comes to worse, I could present the slides as well for you.
Yeah, no, and I'm happy to present the slides. Elise was going to drive the second half of the presentation, so I'm wondering if she could join by phone, maybe as a last minute.
Possibly, we can leave her in here, and then I think she's being presented with some options on her audio and stuff like that. What I can go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and make you host.
Okay, great.
And that'll enable you to share your screen. And then as you get into it, okay, and Elise looks like she just joined.
Excellent.
Elise, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome. Glad that's working.
Thank you. I don't think it looks like video's not quite working yet, but I can present from my end and I can just voice over.
Okay, that works. And look, we're super excited to have y'all be part of Project VoiceX Worldwide. This is a great thing just for me personally. I'm excited to hear your presentation. You've got a super interesting thing you're doing. I'm going to be writing about it next week and this week in Voice VIP. So kudos to y'all. Thanks for reaching out and glad you're part of the event.
Excellent. No, thank you so much, Bradley, again for having us. It looks like I will be presenting the slides, so give me a quick moment.
Sure. Bradley, are you able to give me presenter access? Or
so Melissa had, so Melissa has presenter access, and then we can always switch it when you're ready. Hello. Okay, so that looks yeah, we can see that. We can see the notes at the bottom, and we can see your screen. And Melissa, you're unmuted. Okay, there you go. You're off mute.
When I present, the audio goes away. My ability to speak goes away.
Here, actually, Bradley, do you want to give me presenter view and I can, or presenter access, and I can go?
Yes, I'll make you host, Elise.
Thank you.
It wouldn't be a virtual conference if there wasn't some sort of weird technical mishap. This
isn't Melissa, this is not a mishap. A mishap is earlier when we had someone close the entire conference because I made them host, and then they're like, oh, sorry, my Zoom doesn't work. I'll back out. I'll see you in a minute. And that just shut the whole thing down. So this is a walk in the park. It's a pleasure to have y'all. I'm going to go on mute. It looks like it's worked out. Thanks to y'all for being here.
No, thank you again, Bradley. And we may tap you to switch our presenting options. I think the challenge might be that we're running the browser version of Zoom. We're not able to run the full app. So I think there's some limited functionality on the browser only version. All that to say, let us transition and let's kick this off. Thank you all. Really excited to be here with you today. Elise and I are joining you from San Francisco. Noticed everybody else was East Coast based. So you know, we are part of the Next Billion Users initiative here at Google, which Bradley mentioned earlier. And we're excited to talk to you today about a new platform called TaskMate, which is a crowdsourcing platform built natively for smartphones. I'm going to kick off the presentation. I'm on the partnerships team for NBU, which is what we call Next Billion Users for short. And Elise is a PM on TaskMate. So collectively, we'll walk you through a little bit of the background of what exactly is NBU, what was our motivation for building this platform, and then Elise will walk you through a demo and some of the specifics around our features, as well as one of our case studies. Next slide. Great. So just to ground you all a little bit in the context behind our organization and what it is that we do. Next Billion Users really we have a strong mission, and it was built initially, next slide, please. It was built initially when we realized that the next billion users of Google products were going to be coming from emerging regions such as India, Brazil, Nigeria, and other similar markets. We noticed that these users were going to be very different from what used to be Google's existing user base. And we were really intrigued and excited by the possibility of helping Google better meet the needs of the users from these markets. Next slide. So just to give you a sense of the scale of the opportunity here, there's going to be 1 billion Indian users online by 2025. Additionally, next slide. We see today that the internet population is about 50% coming from what we call these NBU markets. We anticipate that the percentage is going to rise to 75% by 2025. In sub-Saharan Africa, we are seeing a fast rise in the adoption of smartphones with 41% year-over-year growth. I think what these stats really illustrate is that the world is changing rapidly, that there's a lot of folks coming online, and we feel that there's a huge opportunity for us to really address the unique needs that a lot of these users have. For example, one of the foundational truths that we really hold dear in NBU is that the vast majority of these users are what we call mobile first and mobile only. This means that they first come online using a mobile device, and they have most of their digital needs met through a mobile device as well. What this also means is that these users face unique challenges when they're interacting with digital platforms and products. Sometimes those products are not necessarily designed to work optimally on their entry-level devices. Because of these trends and the very clear user needs that we see in the market, there are two primary pillars to the work that we do within NBU. The first part of our pillar is essentially helping other parts of Google launch initiatives that focus on these markets. So there's a number of kind of Google products that you all know very, very well that have teams and other initiatives where basically they're trying to really localize apps in a truly user-centric way. The second part of our mission is where we develop early stage products, where we see an opportunity where Google could be doing good work. And we take these early stage products, take them to market, and assess whether there's an opportunity to scale them. For us, we know that when we build for users in NBU markets, we are essentially building for the world. We've had a number of experiences where this has been the case, where we have built globally relevant products that work for everybody. For example, the GPay app in India today was initially built by NBU, and a lot of the learnings from that experience are now being considered for other markets. So we sincerely hope that TaskMate, which is the platform we're here to talk to you today about, will join the ranks of these globally relevant products, and we hope that many of you will help us in making the product really scale and really be relevant for you all as users. Now, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what exactly is TaskMate. So as I mentioned earlier, we work really intimately with teams across Google. And one of the things that has been very evident for us is that our teams across the company are building truly inclusive products, and that this emphasis is challenging. You know, realistically, when you're trying to build for such a large number of users, you need to be able to effectively work and reach millions of users across the world. And this can be really challenging work. It can also come with a lot of administrative burden. I'm sure many of you here today are familiar with the challenges in standing up these projects and reaching the right kinds of users and in getting your hands on the right kinds of data. So we saw an opportunity most immediately to help Google Teams more effectively build for users at NBU by enabling them to connect with these users while at the same time providing users an opportunity to earn supplemental income. Next slide. And I think, you know, I'm preaching to the choir here when I say that we know that building high quality data sets is very time consuming work. It became very clear to us as we engaged teams at Google. And, you know, when we consider the fact that for a company of our size, folks were having such challenges, it was clear that this was a challenge that was very pervasive across the industry. I'm sure you all are familiar with some of these stats, and you know what we realize is that practitioners really would love to spend more of their time building models, doing analysis, and launching these products. And so we hope that by working with a platform like TaskMate, we can free up some of your time by allowing you to innovate and extract insights rather than collect and manage data, which is where TaskMate comes in. Next slide. At the same time, you know, we see that there's a huge adoption broadly in, of course, what we call the gig economy. And where TaskMate comes in is essentially creating a two-sided platform where you have on one hand what we call requesters, which are the companies and organizations that need these high-quality data sets, with taskers, which is a term that we use to refer to the individual users who are engaging with these projects and earning supplemental income. Through TaskMate, you can quickly crowdsource data. Elise will walk us through the process of designing a project, but ultimately what we see is a huge opportunity in having these two users speak to one another. And what you see in front of you are the two product interfaces that correspond to each of our two different types of users. Next slide. So that is where TaskMate comes in, as I mentioned, and we've been experimenting and iterating on this idea of an easy-to-use mobile-first crowdsourcing app for some time. Earlier this year, we launched our beta in India, Kenya, and most recently Mexico. And again, our goal is really to make it easy for everybody to build more inclusive products that are globally relevant. And you can do so by tapping into diverse crowds of folks around the world. We also hope that using a platform like TaskMate would enable you to quickly reach users who can speak regional languages and dialects, as well as just generally bringing hyperlocal expertise to your fingertips. Now, I'm really excited to hand this over to Elise, who's going to walk us through a detailed product demo. I'll leave you just with a quick invitation, which is, I know you're hearing from a lot of folks today, but we really hope that you will reach out to us to learn more about TaskMate, and we invite you to come and be a part of our beta. There are a number of benefits of working with us at this early stage. Now, over to you, Elise, on the demo. And Bradley, I will admit we may need to do a quick switch, but let's just see if Elise is able to present here.
Yes, let's hope this works. It looks like it's working so far. So thanks, Melissa. So now that everyone has an understanding of the product and the problem that we have been trying to solve on this team, I'm going to just walk you through how the platform actually works and some of the quality features that we've introduced, and then wrap up with an example of a project that we've recently run on the platform. So as Melissa said, we're kind of preaching to the choir here, but as many of you know, when it comes to building high quality and inclusive audio data pipelines, it can be really difficult and time consuming, and particularly for specialized regional languages. So you might need a handful or maybe a few hundred native speakers for a project today, then you may not need to work with them again for 6 months. And recruiting these users, onboarding them, incentivizing them, maintaining a high quality threshold can be immensely challenging and very time consuming. So within TaskMate, we built the platform in a way where you can quickly build audio capture projects, and you can have hundreds of people from diverse backgrounds participating in your project within a matter of hours. As Melissa mentioned, as of right now, we're in 3 countries and we're supporting 22 languages within those countries. So when it comes to determining what type of projects you can run on TaskMate, here are some examples of projects that we've worked on or use cases in the past. So you can generate a data set for something like speech recognition to achieve more accurate transcription. You can use TaskMate to create the training data or realistic tests for your production system. You can also use it to build out your customer support, which you can use to train chatbots and voice virtual assistants across languages, dialects, and accents. And then finally, you could also use it for something like sound detection, which allows you to collect and annotate audio recording of events, be able to identify certain types of background noise, certain types of audio like background noise. So now let's actually dive into what the platform looks like. This is the web-based requester platform. And for today, the example that I'll take you guys through is we will say we're creating a data set of Kannada speakers, which is one of India's languages in the Southwest region, and that we're wanting to record 100,000 utterances. And this data will be used to build a voice ordering interface for a chain of restaurants. So the first step is to configure the project by filling out the details down the left-hand column of my screen. And on the right-hand side of the screen is a preview of what the taskers will see on their smartphone. So we ask, as you can see, when you look at the platform here, we ask for a task description and we ask for the task purpose. We ask that requesters or clients be really transparent with our users about why they're trying to collect this data so that the taskers on the other end can make a fully informed decision about whether or not they do want to participate in the project. Next, we can add some pre-work. This can be additional instructions or a qualification quiz to determine if a person is suitable for a task. I'll talk a little bit more about this when we get to quality controls, but for this type of project, we would add a qualification question to test if a tasker can correctly answer questions about Kannada and show us that they do understand and fluently speak the language. So now let's move on to the main task design. So we click on adding a step, and I can now choose from a number of different task building blocks. For example, you could add different steps to your project, like take a photo or answer a question. And TaskMate is really built to be modular in design so that it's customizable based on the project flow that you need to create for your use case. So for more complicated projects, you could include something like branching logic, where you have them record an audio snippet and they answer a question. Depending on the answer to that question, it takes them down 2 different paths. However, this project is very simple, so we're just going to stick with record audio as the only step. And then I have the option of adding different types of media prompts as well for the audio recording. So I could, for example, have taskers respond to images, audio, or video. However, For this project, we want people to read a very specific text prompt. So I will only select text here, and then we would use the input sheet to add all of those prompts in. So we've now finished designing our task and it's ready to be published. And after doing a quick review, I can go ahead and press publish. What you can see along the bottom of the screen here is that we have the task editor where we built it. Then we have input data, so where I would add my prompts. And then we have tasker criteria. So if you're looking to target a very specific type of tasker based on their foundational knowledge, you can be looking at different countries, different regions within the country, different genders, and I'll take you through an example of that in a project later. Then you set the price for your project and you can publish it. Oh, and sorry, one additional thing here is as well for large projects, we also have an API that makes it really easy to insert tasks and then download the results. Using the API, you could easily insert 100,000 input sentences as well as reading back the output data. So it makes it entirely possible to create a programmatic workflow. So now we're going to flip over into the tasker side of the platform. And for this, I'm actually going to show you a small snippet of a video that we have, a demo of it that we've recently put together for a webinar. And I will, hopefully this video will work. We will see what happens.
Taskers start by downloading the TaskMate app from the Play Store and registering their interest on our waitlist. So far, over 1 million people have downloaded the app, but because we're in beta at the moment, they'll need an invite code or to sign up on our waitlist to start a project. For the next part of the demo, we're going to watch my colleague Padmini, a native Kannada speaker, use the app. Padmini can sign in using her Google account and complete the onboarding flow, which she's already done earlier to save us some time. We'll return to Padmini in a minute to show you more. We've made the tasking app very easy to use and thought carefully about how to create a fair and transparent environment for the tasker, as well as how to respect their privacy. For example, taskers are only identified by a cryptographic hash, and we don't allow requesters to ask for additional PII or personally identifiable information. Furthermore, by default, all human faces and license plates are automatically blurred in photos taken via the app. We have two kinds of tasks on TaskMate. Field tasks, where you go somewhere and do something, for example, take a photo of a shop in your local area, and sitting tasks, which you can do wherever you are. The task we've designed today is a sitting task, so we'll navigate over to that tab. Here is the project we designed, and this is the cover page. Padmini will now proceed to the qualification question. Here she selects the correct answer. If she had selected the incorrect answer, the project would end immediately. Padmini will now record one of the sentences.
ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಕಪ್ ಚಹಾವನ್ನು ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಲು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ.
If there's too much background noise, Padmini will be prompted to record again. And if the audio is too soft, she'll be shown a warning. Once completed, Padmini can submit the task and continue to the next task if she likes. Once a tasker has earned approximately $5, they can cash out in equivalent local currency to a linked bank account in India and Mexico, or via M-Pesa in Kenya.
Okay, so that was a quick demo of how it works on the tasker side of the platform. So now I'm just going to take you guys through a couple examples of some of the quality control features that we've introduced, and then a project that we ran recently, and then we can wrap up. So as I already touched on, we know that introducing different types of quality features is pivotal to us being able to create a high quality output for requesters. And qualification questions is one way that we narrow down the best tasker for a particular project. So in this example that we built out today, you would want to test their Canada language abilities using savvy questions. So you would enter your qualification questions, you set what the right answer is, and if the tasker is not as fluent as desired in the language and they don't pass the qualification question, it means that they won't proceed to complete your task. Second, as you saw in the Tasker app, we also do some automated checks on the audio quality. So audio that is too loud is automatically rejected, and audio that is too soft will be flagged with a warning to ask that tasker to re-record their audio snippet. Third, we also could build out a validation flow for our project. So this is where the output of one project becomes the input for a second project. So here we could have 3 experienced taskers listen to each audio recording and decide whether the tasker has done their job correctly via a consensus algorithm. And then finally, you can limit the number of tasks that a single tasker can do. Therefore, if I didn't want more than 100 recordings from one single tasker, I could set that parameter on my project to maintain a diverse output. So as we run more projects, we're continuing to learn and introduce more quality features, and we're excited to continue to evolve and build on this. So now I'll take you guys through a quick example of a startup story. So we recently ran a project with Slang Labs, who is a voice assistant as a service company, and their assistant can be easily integrated into existing mobile and web applications from various domains like retail, e-commerce, travel, and banking. And they need to have this in various different languages like English, Hindi, Tamil, Kannada. They're all supported, and it's backed by a self-serve platform that allows simple integration and app-specific customizations. But Slang Labs is trying to improve the quality of their platform and increase the scope of the conversations that the assistant can handle. So they're looking for higher quality audio data. So previously, they turned to user-generated content to train their models, but that only gave them a very limited sample for regional languages, and they needed bigger and more varied data sets. So for their first project on TaskMate, the goal was to capture audio of 100 words and sentences in English, Hindi, and Kannada from various different demographics. For each language, they required 5,000 voice samples, half male and half female, and they wanted around 50 unique taskers for the job, along with some key information about them. So through the product, through TaskMate, Slang Labs collected over 15,000 audio recordings in their targeted languages at a cost of 10 cents per task. And the company was able to get all of the demographic data that they needed as well, since it's possible to set up follow-up questions like age, occupation, and location after each recording. So we've taken you guys through the product, why we created it, the background on the team, and in some examples of the projects that we've worked on so far. As Melissa mentioned earlier, we are in beta, but we are looking to expand and work with more partners to give us feedback and help us evolve and iterate and grow the product. So everyone here is invited to be an early access partner and join the beta if you're interested. If you would like to pilot a project and give us feedback, we would love that, and we would really welcome that. So if you do have any questions, feel free to reach out by email after this, and we would be happy to follow up with you after the conference today.
Wow. Yeah, that's wow. I'm going to hit reclaim host, and that email address, by the way, if you'll throw that into the chat after we're done here. Yep. Let me okay, you unshared that. Yeah, no, that's incredible. So, thank you for taking the time to reach out with that and to share it. If you look back, really since Google Assistant came on the scene, what was it, 2018? I'm gonna get my years mixed up. Either late 2017 or 2018, somewhere in there. The fact that audio data hasn't been that easy to get and has been very expensive to get has shaped the market. It's caused certain sort of startups to not exist, period. And then other ones, it's caused them to have to go on a fundraising journey that maybe was additive or maybe it wasn't. And what you're presenting is it's a game changer. And there's some other micro tasking sort of stuff, but what I had a chance to play around with your app a little bit, and what you said about it being easy. I mean, look, I'm born and raised in the South, but even I can figure out how to use it. So y'all are trying not to laugh at that. It's okay. But look, that's excellent. I appreciate the time, and I look forward to sharing this with a lot of folks next week. I'm going to take this part of the presentation you gave and highlight a couple of the slides and whatnot. But look, just a lot of gratitude.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Bradley. And I think just to a really quick note that everything you mentioned about Google Assistant, when you look at these markets that we're talking about, for example, in India is our biggest global market for Google Assistant. And there's so much work that needs to happen to actually make what is already an amazing product really, really hyper relevant and hyper local for a lot of users. So I think the Google Assistant is a great example because it really illustrates why we see such a pressing demand to actually access folks all over the world. And we really hope to do that here with TaskMate.
There was a gentleman, I'll say one more thing, and then we'll move on. There was a gentleman at Project VoiceX, and I'm happy to connect you to him. His name is Dr. Yared Alimu. And what he does, he works with Georgia Tech and Emory's in Atlanta. And he he's working to make voice and AI, voice technology and conversational AI better for addressing vulnerable populations, specifically Black folks, and you know, helping use the technology to help avoid preventable outcomes, you know, help shepherd their mental health and a bunch of other stuff. I won't go into a bunch of detail, but data is something that's been hard for, he actually spoke about it. Data's been hard for him to capture. And one of the reasons, it's real subtle in your presentation, but one of the reasons is that when you're gathering data from an American point of view, it's easy to be seen as manipulative, predatory, you know, like you're taking advantage of somebody. And one of the beautiful things about what you're presenting is that you're flipping that on its head. You're using the same thing to empower the next billion users and to, you know, help people make money and to increase their livelihood, as opposed to something predatory. So I think it's outstanding. We got a lot more to talk about. Thanks for taking the time to be part of Project VoiceX Worldwide.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bradley. Thank you all so much.
You got
Best
it.
of luck with the rest of the conference. Bye.
Sure thing. And don't forget to put that email address in the chat too. I'm going to put y'all back as attendees and we will keep right on rolling here. And next up, we are fortunate to have Sensory. So let me find Joe Murphy, who is right there, and promote him. Joe, how are you? If you can hear me, you're on mute.
Hey, Bradley, how are you?
Doing fine, Joe. How are you today?
Good, good, doing great. This is a great session. I just sat through Google and Lenovo, and both of those are very meaningful to me at Sensory. Collecting voice data around the world is always a challenge, and it's great to see Google enabling that. And Lenovo's presentation with AI on the edge, I think, plays extremely well with what I'm about to talk about at Sensory, because AI on the edge is really our theme.
Yeah, it sets the stage. You can thank me for that later. It was all intentional, I promise.
And I think the house rules are 3 slides, 10 minutes. Is that accurate?
Yes, yes, or that massive hook will come out from the right and
Okay.
pull you away. Yeah, look, we're honored to have you all be part. I made you host,
Okay.
so you can share your screen.
Okay, give me 1 second here to load up the presentation.
Sure. There you go.
Okay, looking good?
Looks great. Joe, thanks for you and Sensory being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us.
All right, great. Thank you. And I'm here today to introduce Sensory. And Sensory is AI on the edge. So we're going to talk about private, fast, and accurate speech recognition on device. So a little bit about who we are. Sensory is a privately held software company. We've been focused on machine learning for more than 25 years. Sensory started out in the late 90s and started as a chipset company, but morphed over the year to a software as a service company and really developed our machine learning inference engines and model building process over the years. We have a talented team around the globe. In the US, we have offices in Portland, Oregon, Boulder, Colorado, and our headquarters is in Santa Clara. We also have a sales team in Europe, multiple locations in Asia, including Japan, Korea, and China. And not only developing voice models, but we also offer voice product testing solutions. Sensory is really about getting products enabled with voice. Building the models is part of the problem, but testing the products is also something that we can do. We have sound rooms, and we offer this as a service for our clients. So there's 3 core technologies that I'm going to cover, and I could do an hour on any one of these, but I'm going to keep this short and sweet for this presentation today. Truly hands-free is Sensory's wake word engine, and we enable custom branded wake words, phrase spotted command sets. We support over 20 languages, And it's really well known throughout the industry for being the most accurate and smallest model size. We can go down to 40 kilobyte size models deeply embedded on a DSP, up to 1 megabyte models running on a host application processor. And truly hands-free, I'll show some of our customers in a future slide, but it's really used throughout the industry. It's kind of become the de facto standard for custom branded wake words as a wake word engine and a model building solution. Truly Natural is our large vocabulary recognizer. And Truly Natural can support tens of thousands of commands. And what we see with Truly Natural is it's embedded, and I probably should stress the theme, every technology I'm talking about today by Sensory is embedded on device. So our speech recognizer, our wake word engine, they're running locally on the device. There's no cloud connection needed. And I think Lenovo had spoke about running on premise, which is what we would consider the outer edge. Sensory is talking about running on device, which we would consider the inner edge. On device could be on a TWS headset, could be a smartwatch, could be a smartphone, could be a tablet, or a full-blown Windows computer, which some of our customers use for our speech recognition. Truly Natural and Truly Hands-Free are commonly paired together because for most conversations with technology, you start with the wake word, and then the wake word feeds the audio to the speech recognition engine. So it's each one is a standalone technology, but they're commonly used together to enable a full speech recognition solution. The final one I'm going to touch on is also Truly Secure. Truly Secure and is, again, an embedded solution, all on device, no cloud. But what we offer here is face authentication, face liveness, and also speaker verification or speaker identification. So we can identify users by their face or by their voice, and also by the fusion of their face and their voice together. So it's a face and voice biometric solution. Lastly, I'd like to talk about Sensory has shipped on billions of products. And I think right before this was the Google presentation, and they talked about NBU, next billion users. Well, at Sensory, we're also thinking about the next billion users. You can see some of the companies that trust us with their wake words and speech recognition solutions on the left-hand side of this slide. Companies ranging from appliances to automotive to laptops and applications, smart home IoT. Sensory technology is found in all of these devices in a combination of either wake word engine, large vocabulary recognizer, facial recognition, or voice biometrics. But I'm hoping our next billion users come from our VoiceHub, which is a portal that we announced in this year. And what VoiceHub enables people to do, it's we call it a fast, free, and flexible speech recognition model builder. And you can log into VoiceHub, you just request access, there's no fee to use it. And once you log in, you can create your own wake word models. You select a language that you want to work with, you type in the wake word you want to use, and then you hit build, and within a few hours, it builds a custom model for that wake word. There's an iOS app and an Android app that you can then download and try out your wake word. Once your wake word is set, you can also work with our large vocabulary recognizer in VoiceHub, and that enables you to build a custom grammar, which can include hundreds of commands, thousands of commands, tens of thousands of commands. But it's really a flexible type, what you see is what you get interface for creating voice models. And as I mentioned, it's free to access and free to use to create prototypes and quickly iterate on voice solutions that you might be working on. And this is what we're hoping for as the next billion users, because this enables voice tools for a whole new set of companies. And we see a lot of innovative use cases for voice. And of course, we're always partnering with the tech giants, but there's a lot of use cases for voice that are rolling out there and prototype today. And I have a video here of a voice control elevator that is actually being implemented and installed right now. And I'm going to try to play this video to see how it goes. Let's see.
All right, guys, a little before and after. This is the old Otis button. This is the new MWS button. Elevator, going up. It's custom fixture. The old Otis COP, the new custom COP. Elevator, second floor. There we go. It's our twist on the old Otis boat. You see it? Elevator going down. Calls us right up. Here we go. Elevator, first floor. Like clockwork. Another great voice install. Otis update, custom.
And that's a great example of what we see VoiceHub enabling the technology for an elevator company. And they built that grammar and wake word with very little assistance, actually almost zero assistance from Sensory. The tools were there, they used it, they built it, we worked with them, and it's now rolling out throughout California. I have my contact information here. If anybody would like more information on any of our technologies or access to our VoiceHub portal, you can feel free to email me or visit sensory.com, where all this information is located as well.
Joe, that was great. Thank you for sharing that. I'm going to hit reclaim host here, and I'm going to say stop sharing. Yeah, look, y'all are doing exciting work, and it is good for y'all to, it's a good foil to come after Lenovo and Google for some of the stuff that you're doing. Thanks for taking the time to be part of Project VoiceX Worldwide.
All right, thank you.
You got it. So I'm going to put you back as attendee. Okay, so from here on out, it's going to be a bunch of quick hitting presentations, and we're a little off time. I think we'll make that back up by the time we get to the end and end on time. Our next presenter is going to be Scott Sandland of Cyrano, and I'm going to promote him right now. And we'll keep right on rolling. Scott, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Hey, good. Long time no see.
Yeah, it's been hours.
Been a day or two. Great to have you in Cyrano in Florida, and great to have you here as well. I'm going to make you host.
Sure.
Which will enable you to share your screen.
Where is, oh, there it is. It was hidden. And let's share the correct screen. There we go.
Perfect.
Good.
Yep, that's great. Scott, thanks to you and Cyrano for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us.
Thank you, Bradley. And before I get into it, some of the stuff that I want to show, Bradley's actually just emailed out to everybody last night. So I'm going to be able to help reclaim some of that time. But the basics of our company is about contextual understanding of people. And as we looked at the landscape of natural language understanding systems, what we saw was a bunch of people being satisfied with sentiment analysis, talk time, traditional online behavior, stuff that we all know isn't good enough in real life. And we needed to build something that was more robust. And we spent some time on this. So we ended up getting a patent on this. Myself and my co-founder, who's a sociologist and neurolinguist, came up with this idea that we could look at words as a behavior that were actually contextual. And so rather than looking at someone's sentiment analysis, which is a lagging indicator, or their talk time, which is of course a lagging indicator and non-strategic, what if we could look at someone's real-time priorities, how they actually make decisions in their life and in this moment? What if we could pay attention to a person's learning style, for example, if a person's visual or auditory, to keep things simple? And what if we could look at their commitment level? So we could find out the actual underpinnings of commitment, which are desirability, reason, and need, and figure out what the person's mix of all of those were when they were looking to make decisions. And so if we could do all of those things at scale and in real time, we could build a system that had empathy. So like I said, my co-founder and I built out a system, got a patent that does exactly that. So what we do is we built a system that helps understand how a person makes decision and how committed they are to the decisions that they've made. And we take any amount of words of them speaking in their own words. And so that means text messaging, that means Twitter, that means Zoom, where we have 30,000 users, that means emails, that means CRM, contact center information, especially in clinical environments, that could be just coming from an intake form. And we could take all that information, redact any and all PII, and just be able to look at a moment in time and find out what matters to this person. And in doing so, we can go anywhere there are words, we can provide value. So we built this out as an API to make it available to everyone. And just to really bring this home, we analyzed Bradley. And this is what we did at Project Voice. And I'll just give a little snippet of it here and kind of dive into this that explains what we do and how we do it. But before I do, I'll also say there were other slides associated with this, but I'm just going to use this one as the high level. And if you're interested, the email Bradley has sent out last night about the event shows more detail. But what we're looking at here is the graph of Bradley's speech. And you can see on the left side, it says curious, focused, and compelled. So we're not measuring sentiment. We're measuring how committed he is to the things he's talking about. And you can see at various points, we have actual quotes from his from his presentation. And that gap right there at around 5 minutes is actually Bradley played a video. So there's no speech there. And I should also mention we got this transcription from Deepgram, who was an amazing partner on this. And we love the people at Deepgram and had a great time with them at the event. One of the great things about going to events like that is to get to make friends like we did. But jumping back into this, you can see at the 10-minute mark, it showed that Bradley was speaking impulsively. And that means he had high commitment and high desire, but he didn't talk about logic. He didn't talk about his needs. He didn't talk about anything that was driving the decision besides his wants and his commitment level. And that's an impulsive thing. And when a person's being impulsive, our system could respond accordingly. You also see over at around the 20-minute mark, he was resolved. And that actually was a really great moment. It was right at the conclusion of Bradley telling a personal story of a family friend. And, it was an emotional story. And right at the end of it, there was a wonderful resolution to that story. And so when the system told me that Bradley was speaking with a resolved manner at that moment, I said, okay, this is reading Bradley perfectly. And just going all the way over to the right, his profile, based on this speech alone, the system says that Bradley is caring and confident. He prioritizes community and auditory learning, which makes sense. And any of us who know Bradley look at that and say, yeah, that nailed it. And then below where it says bottom line and collaborate. So this is really what Cyrano does. It takes that graph up top and turns it into actionable advice. So we don't require interpretation on your part. We just give you simple bullet points and get out of your way. And you can see it shows that his learning style is auditory. He values storytelling, connecting people and ideas, and fairness. And again, this is a guy who created a community around voice technology. So connecting people and ideas, fairness, and auditory, he's congruent with that. And I won't read the word for word and collaborate with you, but we gave a couple other pages of notes in the presentation in Florida. And the idea is really simple. If you could understand what matters to a person, how they process information, and how committed they are to the things you're talking about right now, we can give real-time or leading indicator advice on what to do and how to best relate to and influence that person. So rather than just being satisfied with something like demographics or sentiment, or you talk for 8 minutes and they talk for 14 minutes, we get to actually know the person so that they get to feel heard and understood. And when you have that rapport and trust, you can have more effective conversations. You can collaborate more creatively and openly. You can help patient outcomes be improved, so on and so forth. So right now we're deploying this tool actually in residential real estate and in general sales as an app. And we have an API with a couple customers on the API already today, where they're integrating it or white labeling it and servicing it to their existing customers. So in the effort to save a couple minutes and help reclaim time, I'll end it there. But my name is Scott Sandlin at Cyrano.ai. And if you have any interest in this or curiosity, I'd love to continue that conversation.
Scott, this is great. I'm going to hit reclaim. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so look, it's great to see my learning style is auditory, because that's a big improvement from how my wife describes my learning style, which is non-existent.
Sure. My wife is slow and frustrating, is what mine says.
So I like how your system's doing me some favors. It was a pleasure to have you all be part of Project VoiceX down in Florida, and really what you did with Deepgram. I tried to sort of explain it, but it was hard in the newsletter, just how incredible that was to take a talk. It doesn't matter whose talk it was, mine or somebody else's, take a talk and so quickly turn it around with that level of analysis and insight. It's a great glimpse into the future for all of us, if that type of thing is possible to that degree. So thanks for sharing that. Thanks for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide.
My pleasure.
Yep, appreciate you, Scott. I'm going to put you back as attendee, and we're going to keep right on rolling. Next up is Yob, and I'm going to call up Ken Sutton here. And we'll keep right on going. Let me see if this worked. There we go. Ken, you're here, and if you can hear me, you're on mute.
Hey, Bradley, how are you?
Doing good, Ken. How are you?
Doing well.
So I can hear you, but I cannot see you.
Okay, let's plug this in. How's that?
Hey, it's great. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Bradley.
I'm going to make you host.
Okay.
Which will let you share your screen.
Sure.
Perfect. Ken, it's great to have you and Yo be part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us.
Bradley, thanks for having us. It's been a great event so far. I've been able to glean most of it throughout the workday. So thanks for hosting us, and great meeting you out in Florida as well. That was a great event. Good to get everyone in one space and talk everything voice. So just introduce myself. My name is Ken Sutton, CEO, co-founder at Yobi Inc. Yobi is a startup based in Boston. We've taken a novel approach to signal processing and artificial intelligence, using both those disciplines to enhance voice UI and voice interfaces. So we started with the problem in mind, and I think everyone on the call is pretty familiar with what we call the dreaded cocktail party problem, which for us was really the beginning of our journey into the voice space, using a unique brand of broadcast studio IP and some unique inferencing AI to try to tackle the dreaded noise issue in reference to signal processing. And we came across an interesting way to basically weave three disciplines of artificial intelligence, broadcast studio methodology, and this AI inferencing model to basically build an on-the-edge solution that really gave us great results when it came to signal separation, the ability to track biometrically a voice of interest in high noise environments. This led us to dig deeper into that voice tracking methodology and allowed us to pull out a lot of extra metadata associated with voice. So if we use the cocktail party as the auditory scene as a reference point, not only are we cleaning up the data for better speech enhancement and speech recognition, but we're also making the stream a little bit more robust for other analytics. So if you need to pull out things like formats for biometrics, if you're doing a motion detection, and some of the other nuances that you want to use voice data for, our ability to clean up those signals on the front end as a front end ASR type, AFE, creates a clean vertical or clean offal for you to process any signal after our processing. And as you can see here, we enhance the performance of most recognitions platforms exponentially. Our biometric solution is generated to focus on voice of interest, whether it be multiple speakers or background noise as well. Significantly improve your in a ASR NLU platforms, and is a standalone customized software solution. And so, as a real-time technology, we have really basically jumped into more the mobile space. We look for environments where those auditory scenes are complex, and they're not something that is, can be easily modeled because of their dynamics in the changing environment. So we are, like I said earlier, we are edge-based as a software solution. And as you see to the graph on the left, we were fortunate in our early years to be funded by the National Science Foundation to start to quantify some of the benefits of our solution in front of both speech and speaker recognition platforms. And we're getting anywhere from a 15 to 30 dB bounce, if you would, in SNR. And if you see the graph here, we're going from a positive 5 dB to a negative 25 dB signal noise ratio for being able to extract voice from noisy environments. And what I'll do here is, like I said, we focus primarily on the mobile space. So we have a short demo here of standard smartphone. We're going to create a noisy environment where the music or the interference is being generated from the cell phone itself. So I guess in this scenario, the microphone is less than a centimeter away from the speakers. And in this demo, we're going to basically show how the OB processing works, and we're going to run it through ASR so you can see the before and afters. So let me just make sure that we are connected here. You can hear everything. So I'll go ahead and play this music, make a quick recording, and we'll process it through ASR after. What is the weather in Chicago on Saturday? How tall is the average elephant? Session here. Here we go. So I'll run the original first through the ASR, and we'll also hear it again. So you can see at the bottom, no words were detected. Let's run the processed by Yobi version through. What is the weather in Chicago on Saturday? How tall is the average elephant? So as you can see there, it got every word correct. And yeah, that's just a small example. So as you can see, one of the uniqueness attributes of our solution, and it goes back to our broadcast studio IP, is that we don't create undue artifacts in the signal after doing aggressive signal processing. So we work well with other partners who are using our solution as a front end, and we don't have to tune to specific ASRs. We don't have to tune to your specific wake word. We work across those platforms. So some key points: we don't need a reference signal. We're doing this without any knowledge of what's happening in the auditory scene. It's 100% edge processing. We're doing all this on the edge, on the device itself. We can be embedded as part of your SDK or part of your SDK stack. No attenuation needed. We don't have to, for media playback scenarios, we don't have to turn down the playback volume in which to pull and extract the voice commands. We can do this with things being in high noise environments, in which works well for non-playback situations. And we're using inferencing and non-supervised learning as part of our platform. So our information is on the program. Love to talk to anyone who has any questions. And Bradley, I'll let you recoup some of the time that you have from the other presenters as well.
Ken, this is great. And I'm going to hit reclaim host. The demo that you showed is really good. I think it's my first time seeing that. So I appreciate you sharing that. And look, it was great to see you in Florida. And this is now the second time that I've called your company Yob. So that's going to end right now. Yobi. Sorry for doing that. I guess I'll think about Kobe. I don't know what I'll think about, but I will call it Yobi from here on out. Okay.
Not a problem. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Thanks for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide. Ken, I'm going to put you back as an attendee, and we will keep right on rolling. Next up, we have got VoiceLab. So I'm going to go down to Kath Myers and promote her. Takes a second. Oh, let me make sure okay. There we go. Oh, okay. Kath, I am trying to promote you. And okay. There we go. Kath, if you could hear me, I can.
I can.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good, hello.
So I can hear you, but I cannot see you.
Oh, I've got my camera on. I don't know why that's not working. Let's see. That's unfortunate.
It shows your camera's on, but it's all blacked out.
Black, aren't I? I don't know why that is. This has never happened before. I do apologize. Shall I go out and come back into the room? Is that going to cause?
That might work. And I tell you, I'm going to go on to Audrey Arbini of Audio Brain next. And then when you come back, I'll pull you back. Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right. So we will call an audible here. And Audrey, I'm going to go to you next, and then see how a vital group will be after that. Audrey, let me promote you. I think I did this right. There we go. Zoom is thinking about doing this. Let me click. Okay. When I click on it, Audrey, it's saying, okay, there we go. I think it worked that time. And Audrey, there you go. How are you? Oh, and you're muted. I can see you in here, but you're on mute. Okay, looks like you got to plug something in. Okay, Audrey, we can see you, and apparently you can hear us, but we cannot hear you. Oh, say something else. There we go. There we go. Now we can hear you.
Okay, let me just bring the volume up a little bit. And hopefully this works, because I wasn't quite prepared to be next, but here we go.
We're keeping you on your toes around here.
Come on, I just got back from Florida.
It was great to see you down there, by the way. I'm going to make you
It was great to see you too. Okay. And I'm going to...
You can share your screen.
Okay. I hope I got the right one. So I got like 8 versions on my computer.
Okay.
Share my screen. Who can share? Where's share my audio? There's usually a button that says share my audio, but
I think they got Yeah, I think they got rid of that and it just sort of works now.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can. And if you hit slideshow, yeah, that thing right there.
Okay. It's really crunched up because to ask me to put 3 slides together is quite difficult, Bradley.
Well, you know,
But it's good.
And so Audrey, we can see your PowerPoint. We can't see. We can see your whole thing. It's not just showing an individual slide.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
I'm seeing an individual slide.
Okay. Yeah. Click that button that you hit before to go back into presenter mode.
Yeah.
Well, and now it's not sharing it at all. So go back to share screen and share your slides. I think it was just a matter of hitting another little button on there to make it work.
I don't know.
Okay, yeah, so we can see your slides. If you go to slideshow.
Okay, just give me 1 split second and I will take care of this because I'll save it as a PowerPoint show. Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
And that should do it, and we'll see. And if it doesn't, I'm just going to talk.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. I don't see it at all now.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you're sharing your screen.
Right. And now I'm going to go into.
Okay. Oh, yep. That's perfect. Audrey, thanks for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide with us.
Thank you. Can you see everything, everybody? Everything good, Bradley?
Yes, it looks great.
Except I can't get back. Okay. So thank you very much. I want to be very mindful of the time. I've got 10 minutes. I've got 7 now. But my company, AudioBrain, does sonic branding. And for those of you that don't know what that is, and we're all about voice, we know that. But voice is one part of sound. There's music, sound, voice, vibration. So we're very complementary. We often work together. We work on a lot of voice projects, and we work on a lot of sound projects, music projects. But our thing about sonic branding is to integrate it and to make sure that it is consistent and that it has a lot of meaning. This is just a little bit about us. I don't want to take too much time on this slide. I just want you to know that what we do and who we are. We've been in business for 18 years and I've done this for 25. So in today's landscape, you really need a multitude of skill sets. So we may do composition and we may do product soundification, and we may do surgical robotics, but we also need to do environmental design. We need to do a lot of UX and UI and a lot of event work. We have been doing this for a very long time, so we're extremely technical. So we love to work with engineers and people that code, and we understand all that and all the technical specs. So we don't just create sound. I know a lot of people of you are thinking about this as being a sound logo or a jingle, but this is the landscape. And this is one I could probably have made, as I told the group in Florida, probably 5 of these slides. And our sounds are heard hundreds of millions of times a day throughout the world. So we've done some pretty big initiatives. And through that, we know that the best brands are the ones that know how to create beyond just the voice, but to complement the environment that surrounds it. Because you're going to be around music, you're going to be around sound, you're going to be into other touch points. And when there's consistency, and there's many different places where sound is used, voice and sound, it's endless. And it's important, and what's exciting to me is how much collaboration is starting to go on. And that's very important. So the trends that I'm seeing is, at least with our company, and is that when people would come in for a sound logo or synthetic voice, text-to-speech and all of that, jingles, product sonification, they're coming in looking for this, or at least a good part of this, because they understand that the customer, and someone told me today on a project that has never been done before, he has to change all his sounds because they're not a good experience for the customer. And that's the most important thing of all, is to create experiences that are really unique for the customer. And that really, at the same time, if you do that and they get to know you and they're familiar and they become evangelists, then they start to, post about you on social media, and the word spreads really fast, like lightning fast. A lot of companies are getting acquired because in order to do some of this sophisticated technology, it would take these large enterprise companies a long time to, it wouldn't take them a long time, but time to build out those kind of capabilities that somebody else has already been working, a startup or companies you see every single day getting funded, which is great. The other thing I see that I really love is that the C-suite is coming face forward. They speak where they might have been a guest on a podcast. Their companies have podcasts they go on often. That's to bring this empathy, and that's to bring this humanism, because we are working in such a digital space. There's a lot of emerging patterns integrating social media, sponsorships. There's a lot of things going on between different companies. And I think that it's just making our efforts in sound far more powerful. And all of them are venturing into different avenues and expanding their portfolios. So where a company or a brand might have been in one area, they're now expanding, and we are too, into different avenues of the utilization of this technology and our expertise. And I love that several different companies are coming together. Instead of being competitive, they're being collaborative. And there isn't a company that isn't calling us now for sonic branding, and that involves a lot of voice. So there's a lot of people that I met, and Bradley, the event was amazing. There were just so many things to do. I'm still exhausted. And it's really interesting because there's a lot of collaborative opportunities. There are people that do things that I don't do, but I'm responsible to get them done because I'm overseeing the project. So we have some collaborations in the works. And what's exciting me is what's going on in medical and health sciences. I just wrote a chapter for a book, and I couldn't believe the things that are going on. And the call I had this morning, that's going to skyrocket. And that was an industry that was behind. Synthetic to human voice integration. I think people are getting really smart about when to have a human voice, when you need a synthetic voice. It certainly helps me quite a bit on the projects we do. My favorite is that sound and voice are being now based on research and strategy and science because it was like the Wild West 3 years ago, and now it's settling down as I thought it would, and it's getting very intelligent and very robust. Accessibility is being addressed in ways that are amazing, and we're collaborating with other companies. And that's what I have to say. I think that this is the next couple of years, we're going to see things, and we're going to actually hear things, I should say, that we couldn't have imagined even 3-4 years ago. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Audrey, this is great. Yeah, thank you very much for this. And I'm going to hit stop sharing, and feel free to put your email address, your contact information when I put you back as an attendee in just a minute.
Okay.
It was great to see you earlier this week. Great to see you now. Thanks for being part of Project Voice X.
Thank you. Always.
Appreciate you, Audrey. I'm going to put you back as attendee, and we're going to keep right on rolling. Next up, we're going right back to VoiceLab with Kath Myers. And then after that, it'll be Vital Group, really interesting young company, and then Open Voice Network to close. Kath, how are you?
I'm good. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you see me this time?
We can hear you. We can see you. Thanks for being part of Project Voice X Worldwide with us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
I'm going to make you host.
Okie doke.
Which should enable you to share your screen.
I'm sharing now. Can you see that?
Yes, that looks great. Kath, thanks to you and to VoiceLab for being part of Project Voice Worldwide with us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. So I'll kick off. Yeah, it's great to be part of Project Voice X Worldwide. I mean, I obviously wish I could have been in Florida. Definitely the weather would be better than it is here in London. But thanks for having us, and hopefully next year we can get out to Florida. So I'm Kath. I'm here from the team at voicelab.com. So I'm here to talk to you about VoiceLab. I'm going to tell you what it is, how it came about, intro some of the features and capabilities, and quite importantly, I'll talk about why and how it can really help anyone in the voice industry or anyone looking to get into the voice space, really. So, and we believe that data and analytics are critical to the continued success of voice applications, but critically, we need the right tools to access them. And VoiceLab, as a company, has been born out of experience, it's important to say, because it came out of insight from a team of developers who've been working in voice apps, designing, developing, managing them since 2017. And they wanted to understand better how their voice experiences were performing. They wanted to review them, improve them, and they wanted to do that in a way that meant they were using insight to inform their decisions. So whether that was new features, new app launches, marketing, they wanted to make informed decisions on what they were going to do next. And they also wanted access to wider voice app data so that they could better understand and navigate the whole voice ecosystem, and then help improve and grow their community. But like a lot of people in the voice community, they found they were wasting a lot of valuable time and resources manually curating everything, manually analyzing data, crossing portfolios and consoles. And many people listening after this will probably relate to this. So they're doing this kind of resource intensive cross-tracking thing to be able to track, compare their own skills and actions, let alone with other people's, to be able to personalize them, optimize them. And they just basically didn't have the right tools to monitor and track their promotional activity or their marketing spend, and therefore effectively measure ROI. So they created the solution. Enter voicelab.com. So VoiceLab is a SaaS, a software as a service. And there's two key elements to it, which I will talk through today in a bit more detail. The first is app analytics. So it's a tool that aggregates data across a customer's entire voice app portfolio. And that's across both the Amazon and Google platforms currently. And that it uses AI and machine learning to provide essential reporting information. And the other thing it does is provides insight and trends. So it gives access to really comprehensive market data and expert insight for just that full holistic view of the industry. So I will talk a bit about analytics, and then I'll talk a little bit about insight. So the analytics side of it, I want to introduce to you the dashboard. So what you can do here is you can connect for free an unlimited amount of Alexa skills or Google actions and track their performance all in one place. So you link all of your accounts all together. And then there's kind of three things that you'll see on your dashboard. One is statistics, and within 2 hours, the VoiceLab bots will gather all of your data from the last 12 months and give you comprehensive stats across a number of different metrics and across all your apps. So you can get a really quick visual overview of things like customer numbers, sessions, utterances, earnings, rewards. And the other thing it will do is give you an at-a-glance view of reviews and see how your experience are doing from a reviews perspective. The VoiceLab bots, again, constantly checking your reviews, and you can also then get instant emails with every review of your of any of the apps that you've got connected. So really great because you don't have to sort of manually go and check yourself. And then the other thing here is alerts. So you will see alerts that will advise you basically on anything of note that you've asked to track. So you never miss a thing. So that could be, again, reviews, it could be certain features or promos, a particular increase in traffic, or whether it's error spikes, whether you've been in a newsletter from one of the platforms, rewards, revenue, rating changes, all these things you can set up alerts so that you know exactly what's happening. And it's important to say here that this is a really personalized view that you get here with this dashboard, so you can tailor it yourself. So you can tailor it to look at different apps. So, you know, you can look at all of them in one go. You can hone in on specific apps experiences that you've got. You can look over different time periods. You can look across different markets, kind of different locales, and across the platform. So you can choose to look at Google. And you can choose to see how you want to see that data. So you can look at it in a chart form, kind of graphs, or you can look at it as kind of table format. So lots of really useful stuff here to be able to track and analyze your own portfolio. The other really interesting bit here is the wider market insights section, which provides just essential data and insight to have a look at. So key things in here are, the first thing is the most rated charts. So here you can look at the kind of ratings charts of the different voice apps, and you can do that either globally, so you can look at what's happening across all markets, or you can hone into different locales. You can split that down into categories. So you might want to look at shopping or novelty and audio. You can really kind of drill it down. You can look at just Amazon, or you can look at Google, and you can also search over 100,000 voice apps in an instant. But we didn't feel that that gave enough of a sort of meaningful view really of the market, because reviews and ratings don't really tell the full story. So we've also created the VoiceLab official voice apps chart. And now that is built from analysis of several data points. So yes, reviews and ratings, but it's also about recency of data. It's about emotion of customer comments. So it just gives that better view of what's going on in the market, and it really highlights what's performing, but what's popular, but also what's trending. So it's just a kind of much more kind of useful tool there. The other really key thing in this section is marketing moments. So the VoiceLab bots will just always be checking your marketing. So it will check via Amazon and Google, and it will report back to you the impact of that marketing and of that promotion on your features. So when you get a spike in traffic or a spike of activity, you can click on it and see what was it that drove that. And that might be, for example, it might have been an appearance in a newsletter. It could have been that your app was on a homepage, you had a homepage presence or something. So again, you can really start to pinpoint what is working, what's having an effect, what's having an impact. And that is across not just kind of external marketing, so by the platforms, but also you can put your own marketing and campaigns in there. So for example, you might have done an ad campaign or a bit of paid social, you might have done some radio ads or whatever it is that you've done to promote your experiences, and that can all be tracked, and you can put that in going back years if you want to, so that you can really just see everything in one place and how the marketing and the spend is driving activity and your key kind of KPIs, I guess. And you can do that, so you can view all of that either by app individually, or you can view it by sort of moment. Other things that are really useful in this section are watch lists, so you can watch any category that you want. You can set it up so that you can kind of keep an eye on, I guess, whether that's categories, different developers, specific voice apps. So it's great for keeping an eye on competitors, as well as kind of just broader market trends. When you watch something, VoiceLab will alert you, so provide reports and reviews on ratings changes, features, promos, again, in a similar way that you can set up those alerts on your own connected apps. You can set those up on a watch list for others, and you can then get notified when new voice apps are added to the stores or when they're updated. So again, just really kind of keeping an eye on what is going on and making sure that you're absolutely across everything. Final couple of things, market reports. So this is where we kind of go beyond just the data and actually start to drill into what consumers, so what users actually think themselves, which we felt was really important. So we are providing monthly updates on the voice industry, but also quarterly consumer insights reports. So we are actually surveying users to understand what their attitudes and behaviours are to key topics in voice. And our most recent one was just published. It's called Transacting via Voice, the Next Frontier. And that one's all about user attitude and behaviours when it comes to sharing data on voice, transacting and spending. So we surveyed 2,000 voice device owners. And what it showed was that there is a real strong demand from users for voice to be more of a transactional channel. But we then tie that in the report into the VoiceLab data, which just shows that we know there aren't actually that many opportunities for users to actually transact by voice in a meaningful way. So the report goes into all of that and much more. I mean, it covers things like what is the actual sweet spot value in pounds, in dollars, that users are comfortable spending on voice. So do make sure you have a look at that. It's currently free to those who sign up for a free account. In the future, it will be part of our kind of enterprise package. But at the moment, anyone who signs up can get access to that. And the last thing on here, I wanted to just mention our tools and resources. So again, going beyond that kind of data to share knowledge, we will be sharing stuff from industry professionals, analysis of the market. So drilling into the data ourselves with our analysts to report back on kind of interesting trends and finds, giving advice and tips. So do make sure you make the most of that and go and have a look at all the information that's on there. So I just want to finish really by saying that VoiceLab is completely free to sign up to. There's no credit card required. You can do that at voicelab.com. And you can collect, as I said, unlimited skills and actions. And with that, you can access a dashboard of all your own apps and view kind of key metrics. And then there's an enterprise level. So enterprise customers can access all the other premium features. So things like the alerts, the reports, the watch list, the marketing integration. And if you're interested in that, please do get in touch and we can create a package that suits your needs. So our email address is there, contact@voicelab.com. That's me done for today. Thanks very much for your time, for listening. I hope you all find voicelab.com really useful. It's been designed to be a tool for the whole industry, to kind of learn, to grow the industry, to support the community. And I really hope you'll go online and connect your apps, link everything up and give it a go. Thanks very much, Bradley. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, that was great. I'm going to hit reclaim host there. Yeah, you built something useful with your whole VoiceLab analytics toolkit, and hopefully people will go check that out. Thanks for being part of Project VoiceX Worldwide.
Thanks for having me. See you later.
You got it. Okay, so next up, we have got Zihao and let me make sure I always get this messed up because it's hard to describe. It moves all the names. So you try to click on somebody's name and it moves it around. But with what Zihao's doing with Vital Group AI, we got a taste of this in Florida earlier in the week, and it'll be great to have him present now. So I'm promoting him. Let me try that again. On a couple of these, it didn't work the first time. See how, let me try that again. All right, see how it's saying, just said you declined to be a panelist. Let me try this again. That sometimes happens when I hit the button too quick. All right, okay, well, if it's not working, then I'm going to call an audible and I'm going to go right on to John Stein. John, I'm going to promote you. John, how are you? And you're on mute.
Bradley, I'm great. Thank you. And thanks for the opportunity. And gosh, congratulations again for the past week in Florida, which is great.
Oh, yeah, it was great to see you there. And hey, it's going to be a good weekend. I'll put it that way. It's been a long week for all of us.
Well, I hope I can end it here well for you.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you can. And I'm going to make you host so you can share your screen.
And we should be showing now.
Yes. Yep, that's perfect. John, thanks to you and OVN or Open Voice Network, I guess it's OVON, for being part of Project Voice X Worldwide.
No, Bradley, thank you. And we'll be quick and 3 slides and no more. But just to raise some questions to those of you here listening into this great event. And again, thanks to Bradley and all the great presentations earlier today. It's a great learning experience to be part of this. The theme here is it's time for us all, for you and all of us, to be at the adults table. And we'll talk about that here in a moment. But we should start with, Open Voice Network. If you haven't heard about us, let's take a moment, who we are, what we do, and why we're important to you. I think 3 things. Who we are, we're an open source community, the Linux Foundation. We're dedicated to the development of standards and usage guidelines for the future of voice assistance. Let's think about that future. And we heard a number of colleagues here today talk about the growth in enterprise, the growth in independent use, the need to own your equity. That was a great phrase. The need to own your brand presence, the need to communicate directly with your customers, the need to own your data. And in that future, which is measured not in hundreds of thousands, but in billions of independent agents, billions of destinations where every AI is conversational, that's the future to which we're all building and to which the Open Voice Network is building. 4 big initiatives right now. Agent-to-agent interoperability, connect directly. An internet model for voice, not the walled garden of mobility, but an open agent-to-agent interoperability. Personal and commercial data privacy, which is a process, it's a people, and it's an architectural discussion. Those of you talking about at the edge, the Lenovo presentation, other presentations, there are architecture solutions, there are certainly process solutions, there are guideline and even perhaps regulatory solutions, but this is a critical issue for something we'll talk about here in a moment, which is trust. A destination registry, billions of endpoints, billions of conversational agents out there. How do we find each other? Discoverability is a major question right now. Monetization is a major question right now. If you can't be found today in hundreds of thousands, how will you be found in billions? And then ethical use. We're taking a look at how do we use not only voice, but voice data. How do we use the biometric, the biomarker, the tonal, the sentiment, all the things that we heard from Cyrano? How do we use those for good and maybe not so? So ethical use, the things we're doing, but then Let's talk about why it's important. This is from the Open Voice Network was built and continues to work from a user's perspective. Developers, designers, and those who are using voice to create value, the enterprise, their agencies, their vendors, organizations worldwide, those who are using voice to create value on behalf of their businesses, their organizations. This is also, and as I said before, this is about the billions. The future of billions of endpoints, independent agents where every AI is conversational. This is also about voice worthy of user trust. And, we equate trust with privacy. And yeah, we should. Privacy of personal data, privacy of data use, privacy of commercial data, all critical to, let's say, organizations and their clients, customers, patients, etc. But trust is also about a sense of trust at the C level that voice will create sustainable incremental value. It's not a toy. It's not just cool. It's a tool for enterprise use. Voice is worthy of user trust when it's going to be on the budget in place of something else. That's what we're working toward. And so it's privacy and its use cases. It's privacy and its interoperability. It's privacy so that the C-suite can say, yes, voice. Voice assistance in all of its forms, conversational AI in all of its forms is worthy of my trust. I trust it, and it's going to bring goodness for our business and our customers. This is also about, and I don't know about you, but growing up, you go to a big family gathering and we're approaching the US Thanksgiving, and that's when families gather and there's a lot of people in someone's home. And, I don't know in your family, but mine, there was the adult table and they had the linen tablecloth and they had the crystal. And then there was the kids table, and the kids table had the plastic dinnerware, maybe had plastic forks, and the adults came in and cut up our food, took care of us so we didn't mess up things. But we were rarely allowed in the adult table. This is about everyone, developers, designers, organizations, sitting at the adult table of voice. This is about enlarging the pie and everyone getting a slice. Let's talk about that a bit more. Two critical issues: voice worthy of user trust. Why is this important? And from a big picture, high level, with the future of billions of destinations, a future of interoperability, a future that's web-based. This is about data privacy, data ownership, and data use. This is about customer ownership. This is about brand experience that you control. This is about connections to all of your patients, customers, and clients without having to do multiple assistants or even purchasing middleware. Why can't you build it once and use it many? Why can't you build it once and use it smart? Reduce the development. This is voice, ultimately, voice that is worthy of user trust is voice that pays for the user, voice that creates value for the user. That's what the broader opportunity not only wants, but demands. What the broader community that is going to create opportunity for all of us in the voice world, which we want, that's the bar we have to overcome, jump over. Voice worthy of user trust. There's also something that, Terry Fisher gave me the label, I'm standards man, and we're working towards standards in voice. And yes, indeed we are. But ultimately, standards are not just standards. I've had people say standards are the least sexy thing in voice. Gosh, I don't want to talk about standards. It's so boring. Standards is an economic issue. Standards is a money issue. Standards is about how big the pie is and who gets a slice. Is it some or is it many? Are we doing voice for the few or everybody? This is an economic issue. And so for enterprises, individuals, marketers, consultants, developers, designers, your ability to have a unique brand voice, your ability to reach every customer is an economic issue. This is indeed, I would argue, the future of voice is dependent upon voice becoming open, interoperable, standards-based, and trusted. That's when voice will pay for the user. That's when investment dollars from marketing budgets and IT budgets, from operational budgets, will be driven into voice, not to test, but because it is critical and because it's part of daily life. We're headed that way. Again, the question, is this for the many or the few? Is this going to be a larger pie with a slice for you and everyone else? Or maybe not. That's what we're facing. So the Open Voice Network, it's up to us right now. This is really a question of what future do you want? You know, we're all face down, we're head down in our daily work. We ask the question, and we have to ask the question, and we think we're doing it on behalf of the voice industry. What future do we want? What future do we need? Again, we're focused on agent-to-agent interoperability, where agents share data, dialogues, context, and control. Repeat that. Agent-to-agent interoperability. One agent connecting to another, platforms connecting to each other. In a data-protected world, where you can choose to have your data protected, you can claim your data and you can claim your customers in, as Monica Lamb at Stanford would say, in a worldwide voice web. That's ultimately where it can go if we choose to participate in technical standards development, privacy, and ethical use guidance. We have 4 industry use teams looking at industry use cases and value propositions, testing them, exploring them, researching them, debating them. How does voice create value for the user? And you can show your support in multiple ways. Be a friend of the Open Voice Network, be a sponsor of the Open Voice Network, participate with the Open Voice Network in any of our work groups and industry groups. And for those of you sponsors, you know, this is an opportunity to put your hands on a strategic steering wheel that will potentially reshape the industry from a user perspective, lift with water rising for all boats, from platforms to enterprises to individual developers and designers. This lifts all boats, increases the size of the pie, slices for everyone. That's what we're after. Sponsorship packages for every size firm. We spend the money on standards development and ethical use. And Bradley, I'm John Stein, and you can reach me there on LinkedIn, and reach out to us, www.openvoicenetwork.org. We're the Open Voice Network. We're aiming toward our collective future and to make it better for all. Bradley?
John, that was great. I'm gonna hit reclaim host, and I'm gonna hit stop sharing right there. Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a common theme for events we've done, virtual and the ones we've been fortunate enough to do in person. It's a different world now, different players, different cast of characters. And you see it show up in an event like this today to some degree. You saw it in Florida. You've seen it at stuff before. You'll see it at stuff afterward. It's just a different group of people. And I think you're doing a great job of getting the word out about the great things your organization is doing, with that mindset of, we really are only just now learning the players who are going to be involved in this. There's a lot of folks who are involved with voice and AI before are gone. And, the companies are gone, whatever the case may be, and there's a new cast of characters. And it's exciting to see you doing everything required to bring everybody to the table.
Well, Bradley, it should also be, everyone should be reminded that there was a guy named Bradley Metrock who had some initial organizations that he was creating under the Project Voice banner. And he was kind enough to say, John, maybe the Open Voice Network might take a piece of this. So you're one of the fathers of this effort, Bradley, and we're deeply grateful to you and all your support. And to those out there listening, we're volunteer based. We're future oriented, we're user centric, and working on behalf of everyone, we believe. And so, yeah, Michael, you're right. Success has many parents, and a lot of people have made this work. So Bradley, thank you for the time and the opportunity.
Sure. And you know, just watching the Google presentation earlier, I mean, that's going to be a connection I make almost immediately after this is over, is connecting you to them, because with everything they're doing with TaskMate and that whole.
Oh, very exciting. Just remarkably exciting. And the inclusivity that presentation portends, just fantastic.
It's a great opportunity to get plugged in and somewhere where y'all can add a lot of value. John, thanks to you and Open Voice Network for being part of Project VoiceX earlier this week in Florida, part of Project VoiceX worldwide. Now, I appreciate you. I'm going to call it right there. That concludes Project VoiceX worldwide. It concludes a fantastic week of gathering together. And until the next one. For those in finance and banking, hopefully we'll see you in New York in a couple of weeks. If not, Voice of Gaming, and if not, Project Voice next year. John, have a great weekend. To everyone watching,
Bradley, thank you.
Have a great weekend. We'll talk soon.
Thanks so much.
You got it. Bye.